It's a long and winding road. Too many people come and go. The church's walls are made of stone. We all make it home. Tired of trading sunshine for a pocket full of rain. Tired of chasing butterflies, getting nothing back but pain. Churches' walls are made of stone. We all make it home. Churches' walls are made of stone. We all make it home.
All right. Morning, folks.
Good morning.
Hi. Just like that, we're live. How's everybody today? Up early? Were you watching the Hall Yeah and the Hangover show this morning, Stephen?
I was. Ricky, All Sorts of Words was on there, and they were holding court on The Question, the character of The Question, and digging through boxes and various and assorted. At conventions, there are these guys that come in and lie down on the floor, and then they start going through random boxes and dig.
Mm-hmm.
And for years, I would riffle through. A lot of times, they wouldn't sort them, and they say, "Yeah, I got a few good things in there. I don't know what it is." Well, of course, they want you to look. And when I was younger, I would do that. I don't really do that anymore. I've to the point where in my knees, if I'm down on a concrete floor, my knees and hips after a while, the enjoyment of looking for 35 and 40 cent comic books that might be worth $5. I have kind of grown out of that part of the show. But if it's something I want, I always will, if I'm at a store, I will ask if they have it. And I said, can you find it? And I buy enough stuff from various stores that they'll actually go to the trouble to try and find something for me on that. Do you still dig a lot? I mean, under the boxes under the tables, not the ones they have up and out, they pretty much sorted, but the stock that's underneath it, if they bring it, is where a lot of times it's priced from years ago, and there is a chance you can find some stuff at a good price.
That is true.
I still do it.
I dig in many boxes when
you're a young man.
Yeah, I also have a collapsible stool that helps take some of the...
It's sort of a personal observation, isn't it? I mean, most of it's collapsible. Okay, I'm sorry. A little early for that kind of chat.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, no, any joke you have to explain is always a winner in my book.
Oh, that's what I always have to do. You get so listen. Let me explain. So this is what I mean by that. Don't tell us. We know.
I like the fact that Beckerman has a stool that he brings to look at the comic books under the table.
Because I can't lay on the floor anymore. But I still want to see those books because I'm still trying. I don't have the means to be like, yeah, I'll pay full retail for that. So if I can get a deal by digging through 10, 20 long boxes. I'll look for it. I still believe.
Wow.
Do you find that dealers are I mean, even in this day and age, are slothful that they would leave stuff in boxes like that?
No, but I do find that they put
One out of every 10.
They do actually, Stephen. This is a fact because I know many dealers. They do. Random dealers will put some cool books just in random boxes around just for people to find. They will do that if they go to a show. They're like, you know what? This is a $50 book. Whatever. I'm going to stick it in here. See if somebody finds it for $10, and they'll do it. So
I got my
Very
at
nice.
Planet Comic-Con. Doing that, I found a copy of that GI Combat first appearance of the Losers.
oh, nice.
I got that for $1. So,
That's
Well,
amazing.
that's a good book.
Yeah.
In mid-grade red condition, but still, that's a book that shouldn't be $1.
No, that's a really awesome
I
book.
didn't know why they put J.E.B. Jeb Stewart from The Haunted Tank as one of the losers. I mean, Johnny Cloud, I understand he is a loser.
Yeah,
And
I
Captain
don't know a
Captain
lot
Storm
about
with the wooden leg, you know.
I don't know a lot about why that team was formed, but I know the book is valuable. And I was looking, and I was like, "Wait a second, am I still in $1 box?" And I was. So yeah, that book's coming out. I also got a really beat up copy of the first appearance of the High Evolutionary, which I already had, but that was $1. Like, these are books I found recently in dollar bins.
And how many hours did you search for these books?
Several.
So if you go to a con, you go more than one day then, do you not?
Yeah, I was there all 3 days, but I was there helping out at my buddy's
Oh, okay.
booth. And then I get a little me time, right? So I'll go out and go digging, and I'll kind of remember, like, okay, I don't have time to finish now, but I'll write a little note in my little notebook, one of those tiny notebooks. I'm a big fan of those. I'll write the note, booth number. All right, I'm coming back here. I'll even sometimes mark the box a little bit with a pen.
Fucking Beckerman is serious.
Where I left off.
Jeez.
That's cool. That's very methodical.
I mean, it's minimal effort, and what? So for that whole weekend, I probably searched maybe a total of 4 hours for books. And I've got friends.
4 hours
like
4 hours is a considerable amount. Also, focusing on each book carefully as you're going. After about 150, 200 books that you've looked at, after a while, you're kind of, for me, I actually would take like a couple Tylenol before I would go, because I'm concentrating so hard on the books that it's a headache. I mean, for me, I look so close that it is like that. Also, I learned the lesson too that you're going to buy a book that's relatively nice and it's in a bag. Always take the book out of the bag to see if there's a back cover, or if it's intact, because that's always a drag. You get home and you go, oh, 2 of the centerfolds are missing. Oh, I see. That's why it was in that box now. That's nice.
If you learn anything from Biggie Shack, open the book, count your pages.
Count your pages.
That's right. And you know what? In counting your pages, you'll find a plethora of things either wrong or right with the book. So count those pages, man. I find that I'm directionless. That's what I have. That's the most problem I have when I'm going to a con and I want to look through boxes. I start looking through boxes. I don't know what the fuck. What am I looking for? I find I'm very directionless. You have to go in with a plan, I think, to like, this is what I'm sort of after. I feel very direct. If I'm just sort of looking, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing here. It's like going for a walk for the sake of. I don't like going for a walk for the sake of going for a walk. I like to are we going to the store and then coming back? That is, or like, I'm not like let's just go around the block. That's not my thing. So yeah, I feel directionless, and you are different. Yeah, you just go right.
I just look through them to see what's in there. I like comic books, and if I see one that catches my eye and they're cheap, yeah, that's for me. I'm a budget collector. I do not have the means to just buy everything I want. So I go out and hunt, and happy accidents is what my collection is. Happy accidents.
I like the happy accidents. You know, to be honest, I've been watching Bob Ross a lot recently before bed
Big
lately.
fan.
Yeah, I loved him when I was a kid. Throughout my life, I've watched Bob Ross, but again, recently
Everybody has.
Yeah,
Everybody has.
I find
Here's a
myself
happy
watching him
cloud.
before
Here's a
bed.
happy cloud.
I'm like, okay, Bob, put me to sleep, buddy. He's like, come on, look at this guy needs a little friend over here, and this guy, little happy.
He has a
little
nice, soft voice. You know?
He's so good, man. Yeah, let's say hello to some of these people in the chat before we get too far ahead of ourselves. Jeffrey Darcy, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. Appreciate you. Thomas O'Donnell hanging out with us.
Thomas O'Donnell it is.
Thomas O'Donnell. And of course, Madam. Good morning, beautifuls.
Hello, madam.
And Derek, Mr. Derek Neiman, what's going on this morning? We got Canadian survivalists, goons and names. I like it. Evil's Comics, Mr. Mike. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Mike.
You're doing something with Mike these days, aren't you, Beckerman? Are you guys doing like book club?
Book clubs, yeah, the book club. We have another one next weekend.
Nice. We got Queef Sweat, and he's got 2 words. Boner.
If you're doing it right, it's 2 words.
If you're doing it right. Very good.
Generally, there should be a qualifier in front of that word.
We got Matt Legs Comics hanging out. How you doing, Mr. Matt?
Hi, Matt.
See you, brother. If anybody wants on this morning, I will pop a link in the chat. If not, that's cool too. Yeah. So what's everyone up to this week? Is everybody upset that their bags and boards are $1 million?
Nope. Bought 1,000 of them a couple months ago.
Boom, boom, slamming it in there. Yeah, I think I just bought, I don't know, $500 a few weeks ago, so I should be all right. But
I do the Mylars, and so when I buy, I always will buy a lot because it's and there's just the 2. One will be for current books, and then silver gold is all in one. So then then acid free boards, full back acid free boards, and I just do it once, one and done, and that's just sort of the way I go. Unless when I buy a book, it's sitting in a brand new bag. If it's in a brand new bag and it looks beautiful, I'm not gonna just. I actually hold on to all the bags and boards that I do re-sleeve, just to have it as extras. And then I have a guy that I buy from who travels and what have you. And what I'll do a lot of times, I'll just give all of those supplies to him, because then when he finds books in the wild where the bags and the boards are truly awful, then he has something handy and for free that he can just re-sleeve, and they're pretty again.
Hi, Sugar Skulls. I'm starting to feel like I'm left out of the loop here. Monty's got a guy. Steven's got a guy. Everyone's got a guy. I don't have a guy. I got no guy.
I don't got a guy.
You're guyless? Yeah.
You are the guy.
I feel like I've got no guy. Man, rough life for me over here. I did show some cool books yesterday on The Hunt. I won with some pretty awesome books. Just going to show those real quick so people can have an idea of what's going on over here. Yeah.
Bask in the glow.
Bask in the glow. So we've got that bad boy.
I have that.
I have that. Yeah, Alan. You know what I don't have, Alan? Never mind. Captain America, First Falcon.
He called the guy.
That's what I heard.
On your behalf. No, he did. And I'm telling you, all kidding aside, he doesn't like that it's taking too long to get to you. In all of the Canadian guys, he's really not happy about that at all. But they're somewhere in the system to you. They will get there. I still have several that haven't come to me as yet as well. But
yeah.
They're still doing fulfillment for Alan's book?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually
I got mine so long ago that I just assumed they were all done.
It's I I did. I busted his hump on it. I'm like, obviously, I'm like, Jesus, Alan, give me my book. But
I only bought one. I got that Dean Yeagle cover, and
Yeah,
that
the
came.
Mandy. Yeah.
I'll tell you
Mean
what,
Girl.
I got that real early.
I got the Eagle cover, and I got the one that he put right at the end, like the chick swinging across the
Thrilling.
See, that's
Yeah.
probably what held you up. I bet.
Well, yeah, I don't know
So
what hell.
there.
Hey, well, you know what? Some people like things. It's not my fault, man.
I'm just being unnecessarily aggressive.
That's fair. That's fair. I
Hey,
get it.
maybe
But
that'll
in-
be
but he
AR's
is-
next channel.
I'm sorry, but he is pursuing this.
Yeah.
The guy lives in, I think he's in Tacoma, Washington, and so when says, he told me, well, your books have been sent out. Well, people were getting their books long before me, but I think it's the question. I don't know. They're waiting for whatever to do. I mean, waiting for books to get all the way into to complete the order and then send it at one time. But then I got, I've had 2 shipments so far, and I still have several that I'm still waiting for. That Alan's hopping sideways trying to have it happen, but it's out of his hands, and he really does feel crappy about that.
Alan really has to get rid of this guy that he's using. That's my personal opinion. I can't wait to get Alan's book, of course. I am just busting Alan's hump a little bit. And I know
he's bustable. I won't say he's humpable, but I can say he's bustable.
I'm not sure what just happened there, but
Too early.
it's too early for humpables. Becker was like, I'm out. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no, I was waving to Susie. She
yeah,
said,
Susie.
good morning, Beckerman.
Hello, Sue. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. It is Mother's Day today. I forget because I don't have one, so I forget.
I don't have one either. I don't have a mom yet.
Is everybody does Beckerman? Do you go to your mom's house to cook her breakfast in bed still, like the burnt
That's
toast?
6
and
hours away. No, we did
No?
have a phone conversation. My gifts arrived Thursday and Saturday because she's kind of a selfish lady. She had her birthday on Friday.
God! On Mother's Day, you say this?
She had to have a birthday like right next to Mother's Day. So what? You think you get 2 presents, Mom?
Oh.
I'll never financially recover from this. What the hell?
that's oh jeez, poor mom. Yeah, my
I mean,
mom.
every year she decides to have her birthday right next to Mother's Day, and sometimes it's on the same day when she feels really cruel.
Wow.
Way to make it all about you, Mom.
You know what? In fact, I'm not sure mothers are great people. My mom's birthday is December the 24th, so I feel you, Beckerman. I feel you. It's like,
Ridiculous. You're not allowed to have a birthday next to a holiday that I also have to give you gifts on. This is yes.
I can't handle this. We got Sugar Skulls hanging out.
Hey, Sugar Skulls.
Skulls. Yeah, man. It's
Best part is my mom's heard that joke for many, many years, and she's never liked it once.
I actually was on the hunt, and I had to call Roscoe and tell him sorry because his mom watches the show, and I did a little shtick, and I had it all set out beforehand, and then all of a sudden, Cindy Rakowski fucking in the chat, and I'm like, oh no, should I do this? Should I? Oh no, I'm gonna do it. I did it, and it turns out his mother thought it was hilarious. So
good. I'm
I'm in
glad
the
to
clear,
hear.
people. I'm in the clear. Go back 2 weeks and go back 2 shows and watch The Hunt. You can see it for yourself.
Yeah, my mom's never liked my jokes. We do not have the same sense of humor. But she loves me anyway.
Do you buy yourself chocolates on your birthday, Evil? That's nice.
Oh, yeah, how romantic.
That is really nice. Take yourself out for a little date, have a little wine. It's lovely.
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 Nice. That's the best part about holidays, to be honest. The day after is like chocolate sale day. So, After Valentine's Day, chocolate sale. After Easter, chocolate sale. After Halloween, candy and chocolate sale. It really works out for the people without children and wives.
May is an expensive month for me too, because now 2 weeks after this, I've got my anniversary, and what? I got to buy somebody more stuff. That's not me.
Oh boy,
Ridiculous.
I feel the love oozing.
Oh, it oozes.
I buy presents. I don't have to buy too many presents. But I try to, do cool stuff. But what the fuck? A lot of people I know have everything they already need. So you just sort of find something cool for them. And then other people that I know are halfway around the planet.
Oh, look at that.
Matt. Mr. Matthew. Appreciate you, my friend. And we'll send you a
Even
little lesson.
if you're Canadian, we'll take it.
Hey, you leave us Canadians alone. We're good folk.
Prefer a blessing from him.
Why?
He seems a lot more religious than you.
Okay, but he is my number 2, and he doesn't really do the
maybe
same.
I could just throw you out one.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Charlie. Don't do it.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Okay, feel better.
There you go, Matt. Appreciate you, brother. You're not paying attention. Matt's doing some good stuff on his channel. He's growing by leaps and bounds, which is pretty cool.
He has the Sunday Superman show tonight too.
Yes, and if you don't know anything about Matt Likes Comics, he knows a lot about Superman. So
He do.
I thought that was going to go dark for a second. If you don't know anything about Matt Likes Comics, good for you or something. Then it ended up being positive.
How
I
is what?
was like waiting
Where
for
are we
it. I don't
turning
know
here?
why.
You know?
I guess I was picking up like an insincere thing, but it wasn't. Like it was all positive. I don't know. Sometimes I just expect the worst.
Thomas O'Donnell says it looks like another mail strike is coming for Canada. Is that true?
I've heard about
that's the hubbub. That's the word on the street.
But Carney just got in. I thought everything was supposed to be great now.
Carney, I think he did a pretty good job, to be honest. However, I think that the mail people, I don't have much. I like people and I want them all to make money, but like, get your shit together. This is ridiculous. How much money do you need to make? It's a great job. They make good money.
I don't know a lot about Canadian politics, but are you saying Carney, Steppo? What's his name?
Mike Carney.
There's a politician named Carney. Now that's apt.
Yes.
Wow. Just tell me it's a hustle.
No, he's our prime minister.
Hey, Rube.
Yeah. Yeah. Step right up.
My
barber's
the barber shop that I went to as a kid was which is now gone. It was Portland State, and these guys, their regular job they were carnies, and they cut hair in the off season.
They were prime ministers too.
And my mother, back in this is in like 1962 or 3, and they were the guys that would set up the rides, and they would set up the runway or the fairway or whatever they call it, and all of the fake games of chance that they had, and these guys they smoked like factories, and the reading material was absolute sleaze. It was so wonderful, and they had for the men, they had the smutty magazines. But then for the regulars, they'd always have like Look and Life and Time and this jazz out but when you would walk through this little kind of a vestibule thing to where the restroom was, that's where they had all the smut piled up. And so whenever I would go there, of course, first thing, I had to go to the bathroom. And then, of course, if I didn't come out fast enough, he says, "Hey, kid, you done in there?" And I'm going through magazines as quick as I can. But
speed reading for all of the drink.
But
artists,
they
right?
oh boy, and they were they were so unctuous with my mother. "Oh, Mrs. Gettner, oh, it's so nice to see you." She says, "Oh, they're such nice people." Oh God, it was funny.
Tip, please.
Yes. Oh, and she would too, but it was back then you could just drop, they just drop you off and they just wave and you'd be there. And then mom would go shopping, then she'd come back and then we'd go home and stuff. They cut the hair pretty well. I remember I'm old enough that where I'd get the butch cut and they would put the butch wax across the top, like you'd have this sort of little crown here on your hair from a crew cut.
Is that how they got the bushwhackers? Is that what you're telling us?
Weed whacker, they just, they bring out the hair whiz or they, whatever it was, no, but it was pretty good.
I've seen some
old-timey.
Some oldie time pictures are so fun, man. My sister Teresa had like a beehive haircut when she was like a teenager, and it's endless fun to bring that picture up at Christmas dinners. Teresa, stop it. Remember your haircut?
Did you ever get your pickpocket or your billfold stolen from them? Like fingers,
No.
No? Dang it. I expected more out of Carney barbers.
But I was a kid. I didn't have a wallet. I mean, I'm sure they probably checked me and I didn't even know, But I didn't have, I'm a little kid. I don't have anything. They had comics there too. We'd read the comics as well, but the whole place was just, everybody was smoky.
Jeffrey Darcy had one of the best barbers on the planet, apparently. Comics from the 50s and the 60s. He read FF1, early Spider-Man. Jeez Louise.
We had that. I was lucky because my dad we had newsstands at both of our hotels. And of course, I've told the story a million times, but at church, after church, we'd go for breakfast and we'd always get a comic. So we'd have something to read waiting when the food would come. That's where I got my ASM 1, my Journey into Mystery 83, all these various books. But it wouldn't have mattered if I had gotten them because Mom threw everything away in 1964. So even if I had kept it perfectly, it would have gone at that point. So I never get too mad about that. Mom was so wonderful anyway. It was, she wouldn't have done that on purpose. She just couldn't stand clutter. Mr. Bleecker decided to take a powder, huh?
Yeah, he ran away. Oh, I should do stuff today. I've got a lot to do. I need to figure out where to put this thing.
Oh, yeah, that
Cool.
thing. You said it wasn't very expensive either.
No, this was off of Walmart. It was like, I think you can get them for like $20.
I love the fact that it really looks like it's black and white. Like when I look at it, I'm like, that's a black and white movie. Like, it just looks great.
Yeah. Need to figure out where to put that.
Totally dig it, Beckerman. Totally dig it. Let me try and get you off this solo here. There we go.
Hey, there we go.
There we go. If you're not paying attention to John's Comics with Kids, he bought. Good for you. Beckerman, you're just all sorts of sour this morning.
Wow, good morning.
Beckerman's waiting for the other
I'm
student
against
today.
anybody that handsome just making it look bad for the rest of us.
That's fair. He just bought a good chunk of books off of the wall behind me and did a giveaway on Friday. They got there safe and sound, and he bought those books to give away to his subscribers. What do they call them when you pay to play? You know those people.
A hustle.
Yeah, the hustle. He bought those people for the hustlers, and anyway, it was awesome. So he spent money to give you guys books, and I think that's pretty fucking cool. He didn't just reach into his collection and be like, "Oh, I got a couple extra doubles here. I've won something from this guy. I'll give that away." He went out and he bought books for you guys. So that's pretty cool.
Now, Bleak, I know you're monetized. Are you able to do one of those supporter groups and you just don't do it, or
Yeah.
you're able to do that? If you ever do it, please just have the picture, like a picture of you dressed up as a ringmaster, and have you know how everybody's got a name for their group.
Yeah.
Yours needs to be the Rubes.
Oh, okay.
I would proudly join the Rubes.
All right. I'm down, brother. You know what it is, Beckerman? You'll respect this. I'm lazy, and I don't know. Like, I don't have like extra content for people and extra this and extra that. And
You had me at I'm lazy. No need to pepper that gumbo any further.
Oops. Yeah,
I'm here for it.
it's just I don't know, man. It's a lot of extra work, and I work
yeah.
already. I work, so it's difficult, man.
All that stuff reeks of effort.
No, and I put a lot of effort in through the week already in my actual real job. It's so it's I don't know, you sort of want to really succeed on YouTube, and you want to do all that stuff, and like I would love to like never have to go to work again and be able to just do YouTube forever. That would be amazing. But my life is not that, so I just can't do it, man. I don't have all that extra time to make extra content, and even putting together a slap or not to slap video takes almost 2 days of editing, and getting.
It's been a minute since we've had one of those.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something else to do for the show that's maybe a little less. I don't know, like people. I do. It's a lot of work, and I get like 30 views. So
Well, that sucks. I really, for what it's worth, I genuinely enjoy the different voices and the different characters, and then the final outcome of the book and what have you. I think it's a really good thing that you have.
Thank you.
By the way, did you notice how the categories have changed for the CBCA awards?
I did not.
That Alan was telling me they go up to 2,000, and then everybody's lumped in from above 2,000 on up. Everybody's lumped in. They don't have best box opening. They don't have. They have more generic categories. Under 2,000, they have more. But so he's trying to. Alan says, I don't even know where we fit in, or where box openings fit in, or it's like best live performance, or it's screwy. So I don't know. I don't really understand. He's asked Brian about it. He says, "Oh yeah, you'll fit in there somewhere." He also put in a thing that if you've won 3 times, then you're out. Then you're part of the Golden Ring or something like that. So Comic Tom and some of these other guys that have already won 3 times, they're out. And so someone else has a chance. In other words, like retired the Golden Ring, undefeated champion, or three wins or whatever, so that other people have a chance to win.
Okay.
So it's sort of a.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like they left me off the committee this year and they screwed it all up. That's what it sounds like.
Well.
Because they did leave me off.
Can you imagine if you did that in like any other deal? Sorry, John Ford, you've won enough.
Yeah, really. This is getting Mr. Bogart. I'm sorry, but you've had enough.
Yep.
Sorry, get out. Greer Garson, all you people,
Hook 'em.
go away.
Get the hook out. Just pull them out of here.
That's it.
We're done
Anyway,
with you. We've seen enough.
Aggressively relaxing. It is perfect brand of humor.
Hey,
how you can have someone that has 2,500 followers go up against someone that has 15,000 doesn't seem to me to be equitable. I should say. I think that it's if you sneeze at 15,000, you have more votes than the other guy does anyway.
I'm retired. I'm retired from the awards. I have won. I am the greatest channel of all time that ever existed. That's just how it works. So,
did you win the Modesty Award too last year? Was that you?
Well, that is probably one of the things I struggle with most, is how modest I am.
Yeah. I could tell. I could tell.
But you know, it is something I'm working on. I'm trying to be less modest.
Yeah, good luck with that. You know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. It worked last year. I'm sure it'll work again this year. We'll see what happens. But the awards are a thing. They're on again. I think they'll be ending in November. I mean, back when you spoke without
as if I couldn't. Oh man, I just nothing against Brian's awards or anything, but I just fart in the general direction of all that nonsense.
Well, for someone who doesn't have any strong feelings, why I worry if you actually did.
Yeah. Because it's just nonsense, right? It's an
Of course it
imaginary award. It's popularity contest, and they keep changing the rules each year. Let's move the goalpost all around. It's also arbitrary. I can't imagine a scenario where I would ever vote in them again, I didn't vote last year. I was very much like go Bleak, but
I
didn't get involved.
I think your new show is probably the one I'm going to vote for this year. Beckerman's got a new show. He does great content.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that is so beautiful. I mean, the
I have a
graphics
show?
alone.
Yeah, Beckerman.
Yeah, the graphics
The
alone.
show that you do on your own channel. You know the one.
Yeah. I tell you what, I hope I do win. That way I can never show up to claim that. And I'm not
Boggs loves
down
it.
where I live.
It's his favorite show.
The live medical procedures. I think that is no one else does that. No one else does that.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Mr. Phil's Treehouse, how you doing, brother? Good to see you, my man.
I just tried to think of what medical procedures I would have.
Yeah, see, aggressively likes your channel.
Yeah,
See?
he does. Right there.
Right. Well, just stop acting like I'm crazy.
There are like 55 subs on it, so
See?
yeah.
But to be honest, I
So
do
we
watch.
stay under that 100 threshold or whatever it is.
I know it's not Beckerman's actual, like, his channel or his show, but I do watch the Hucklebuck every Tuesday, and it's awesome, and I love it. So I like to promote that show because it's a really fun show, and watching those two guys together is like fucking watching the best odd couple you ever seen. It's great. You guys do a good job, Beckerman. I like your shit.
Speaking of, I think he's probably texting me right now.
Are you doing?
Yes.
Are you doing another Oops All Beckerman this week?
There are more in the bank. I filmed 3,
Oh,
but now Alan's gonna work in some with him. I'm texting him back right now.
Mr. Free Key
I'm
Louie.
good to record.
How you doing, Louie? Good job, brother. Let's get Louis that best award this year. I think he's he's 4-time runner-up or something. Like, this is getting ridiculous. I don't know. I didn't actually go on the awards thing. It was on Friday. If you go on to Brian LCS's channel, I think they had an awards opening ceremony kind of thing. So you can check that out. I don't know much about it. I haven't actually checked it out, but you know, it's cool. And rough times in the chat. The CBC Awards always brings out the, I don't know what it does. Some people really love it. Some people hate it. I'm interested to see what happens this year. Here we are talking about it. That's all right. Mr. Steven, you got any books you want to show?
Sure. I have some.
All right. Let's get Steven up here.
The Pirate Action by an artist named Ogden Whitney, who was very famous, very prolific artist. He did Herbie for American Comics, ACG. He did a lot of stuff in the Golden Age. He was hooked up with Gardner Fox quite a bit.
Like hooked up or hooked up?
Hooked up. Worked together.
Ah. Well, only because they
Daring exploits of red-blooded fighting men. I have a guy across the street's one of the nicest neighbors you could have. Hell of a nice guy, but he whistles, and he can't hold a tune. So there's this sort of a sound coming out, and he's whistling, but it's a tune that I don't know if he even knows if there is a tune. The nicest guy, but he can't carry a tune in a bucket.
Public Enemies, nice. Some nice 10-cent stuff here, people.
That trade dress is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that fun?
Yeah, I really like
This
that.
was not an expensive Golden Age book at all. I just thought it was just a great. I mean, it's got the crashing cars, and you can tell by the style of the cars, you know, where we are. It's on a wooden track too, so that tells you, you know.
Sounds like a bad Seinfeld episode. The bad whistler. It does sound like that. You're right. I think that's one of the best things that I like about Golden Age comics is their trade dress. It just seems, I don't know, the books they're a little bigger maybe. I don't know. They're just the art's more prominent.
They are a little bit bigger. This one has Matt Baker art inside.
Robin. What's Robin gonna do? Is that a Charlton? Very nice.
It is. Is it a Charlton? No, it is a Quality comic.
Quality. Okay.
Right there, Quality Comics.
All right. I thought that little
Says right on the label, man. Says right on the label.
I thought that little circle was the Charlton circle.
It looks like it. Yes.
Yeah.
Sally and Paul.
You go in for these romantic books. What is you just like them, Steven? You like the covers? You like the stories? What's up with these
such
books?
tragedy. It's just tragedy. It's so sad.
Ah,
I like the romance stuff. You know, the good girl. I mean, it basically is a good girl cover.
all right, fair
But
enough.
you know, there's always the girlfriend who's then is the gal. There's another gal getting in on her man and stuff. It's the girls always some girl's gonna get my girlfriend's gonna get my guy. Blah blah blah.
I hate it when that girl does that. Always get my guy. Oh, I do like this one. This one's really nice.
They're always like they're comedy ones. There are a lot of ones that are like, you know, sight gags.
What got you into this style of comic? Because you didn't start like this when you were a kid. Is it just the
No,
girl?
no, absolutely not. Basically, exposure to the Golden Age because of the variety of books. There were good girl, you know, romance books when I was in the Silver Age for sure. But I just didn't. I thumbed my nose at them. I just didn't have anything to do with them. And you look at them now. Some of these 10 centers, you know, they got away with murder for the code. Women are drinking and in the bushes with guys, and the cops are coming, and they're down to the roadhouse and all this stuff. And you can't say certain words in the superhero books, but they're doing everything you can think of. This is a Graham Ingalls cover here.
All the men are going and coming and going and coming.
I'm tired.
I'm tired.
Did you know I'm tired?
I haven't seen that in a long time, actually.
What a nice guy.
What?
I hope he calls.
Oh, the Saint. All right.
This cover was done by Al Ulmer. He did some good stuff. Leslie Charteris, who wrote The Saint, did not care for the TV series at all because he said that the Saint never took any money from the godless. He said, what's the point? He's just sort of being a do-gooder running around. He's got all this extra money or whatever he says is ridiculous. So, and he wanted it to be, the Saint to be a bigger, not a B picture, but an A picture from the serials when George Sanders. First it was Louis Hayward was the very first Saint. And the very first Saint movie was really, really good. And the George Sanders ones were good too. But George Sanders, who had that, you know, he was the voice of Shere Khan, you know, in the Jungle Book. It just had a wonderful, his voice was just great.
All those mystery stuff would have been up my alley when I was a kid. I liked Hardy Boys and mystery novels and things like that. Well.
Jack Kamen cover.
Just hanging out on that swing.
Remember, Miss Fern, she's your sister. I have to do something about this. Must you work such a wonderful day, Freddie?
Oh, he's just out there working away with his hammer.
Did you notice me swinging in my dress?
He's got his hammer out. He obviously noticed.
Get my thumb again, damn it.
Sanders Mom Connections.
This is Canadian.
That's the most dressed woman on a cover you showed yet.
Well, he's staring right at her fanny, so we make accommodation. She's in downtown Toronto.
That's cool.
I won't cheat again. His kisses fooled me. I loved my doctor and the wrong bridegroom.
She's gonna cheat again. That's
evidently.
But yeah, that's famous last words. I won't cheat again.
Honest, honey.
It'll never happen, I swear.
June 11th. I can't remember where I got this one.
Oh, nice. Hey, beautiful. Beautiful. That's great.
Jungle Beauties and Jungle Beast viewed through 3D. Skyman only had 4 issues, and this was his last issue.
Do you have all the Skyman issues, or
yeah, they were like a year or so apart. Columbia Comics. Yeah,
right.
I have the Rockford of number 2. The issue 1 is a white cover. Issue 2 is the red cover where Skyman is shooting some Japanese guys that have all these diseases and stuff like that.
Mr. John's Comics with Kids. I was talking about you earlier. Go check out John. Be a part of his channel and win some amazing books. I know he just did a giveaway Friday, but I'm sure he'll do one soon enough. Oh, that's cool. Tentacles, Slam Bang, 10 cents. That's
Blood.
that's a really good cover.
Cut the thing off.
That's a great cover. Wow.
This is an early one.
That's really nice. Jeez Louise.
Thank you.
And it's got good colors too, eh? It's a
very great
poppy
color strike, yeah.
Very poppy. It looks great.
This one I bought because it wasn't terribly expensive, but it is bad acid.
Oh, Snarky Parker.
What the hell is going on here?
What is happening with Snarky Parker?
It like Gumby, you know, Gumby was Clokey was the name of the were the claymation guys, Clokey. But this looks like a Clokey character to me. It looks like it could be a Gumby guy. But it's this weird kind of photo. I don't know what the hell. I mean, it's bad acid. I mean, really.
Yeah, that's a little weird for even me, I think.
Oh, it looks like JSS Brooklyn did something.
He certainly did. Oh, Mr. JSS, how you doing, sir? Let's give JSS something here. What do we got for JSS?
I think we have seen a miracle, and this miracle is forgiveness.
Yes, that's right. The Lord will extend his forgiveness.
Yes, he will.
But he ain't gonna do it for free.
No.
In order to be forgiven, you must go to the root of the word, which is give. Give.
Give a
Pour it up. Reverend Gates, I think this deserves a song.
Amen.
Jim Carrey just blew up. It's too bad.
Spaceface. I don't know. I think he's a pretty good actor, to be honest.
I think he is too, but I think as a person, not much.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's a Marvel book, Atlas.
I'm a fan of space stuff, so that's right up my alley. Anything
The
with
breathtaking saga of the world of the future, the year 2000. See the creatures of the other planet. I always like Calvin and Hobbes. He says, where's the flying cars? Where's where's all the stuff we're supposed to have?
no such thing as bad acid. Don't eat the brown acid. Don't eat the brown acid, bro.
If it's blue, don't chew, or if it's blue, chew, or whatever. I don't know.
I think if it's blue, chew it up. If it's brown, spit it down. Don't do it. Oh, nice, Spaceman. These are beautiful.
In the Korean War, the war books that they had were far more graphic than the World War II books were about the war. In Korea, they showed all this stuff.
That's awesome. Yeah, that would get me to buy that comic book. That's just cool. I'm a sucker for war comics for some reason. I don't know what it is. Just an absolute sucker for them.
So many of these covers, they have them shooting them right in the mouth all the time.
Jeez Louise, that is drawn like you're not allowed to draw. That's a nice comic. Beckerman, are you eating ribs? I feel like you're eating ribs. Yeah. Oh, nice.
Brisket sandwich, but yes, I'm protecting my shirt.
I see it. I'm like, there's gotta be some saucy stuff going on over there.
There is.
You don't. No one can see what I'm looking at, but Beckerman.
You can do it if you want. If you want to show. I was like, I didn't know if you'd notice, to be honest.
So do you have one of those lobster bibs on or something?
I do. It's a paper towel shoved in my shirt.
Yes.
I don't want to have to change shirts.
I don't blame you, brother. I don't blame you. But it's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen this look. There you go. War is Our Destiny. Those books are great. Yes, they are, Darcy. They're really nice. I don't know if War is Our Destiny. I hope it's not. I'm a big fan of peaceful. Let's be peaceful. Let's buy comic books. Let's not go to war. Strange.
I just thought that cover was so weird. It was cheap, but I just couldn't figure out what's going on.
It was cheap because there's no chicks or skulls on it. This is one thing is an ultimate. You know for a fact if there's a half naked girl in a red dress, the Golden Age book is very expensive. If there's a skull on the cover, the Golden Age book is very expensive. And it's just a fact. Oh, there's the red dress, half naked. Told you.
All these gothic ones where they have the old house mother, whatever it is, the housekeeper, and the butler are always in cahoots with bad stuff, bad stuff that's going on.
I don't even understand how people had butlers in the day. If they read any of these comic books, they know the butler is always a bad dude.
He's the one that did it, right?
Yeah.
Wow. The color on this.
It just pops, man.
These are not terribly expensive books, by the way, Super Magician. They're really good, though.
I think
that's
things to both of us, though. For me, not terribly expensive. Under $10 then, or no?
Well, it's more than $10.
Yeah. So, see, you're not terribly expensive.
Understood.
Different than mine.
Blackstone, the Super Magician up there, that is his assistant, Rhoda, And Rhoda's always in her stage costume, and she's always the one in deep trouble.
So if somebody was looking to pick these kinds of books up, Stephen, these semi-inexpensive for Golden Age books, what are they looking at? Are they looking at $50 a book if they're in good condition? Are they looking at a few $100 a book?
They're looking like 100 to 200.
Okay.
Give or take. Not, and sometimes you can get a deal for like $85 or something like that.
Yeah, but
depending on the cover.
And obviously your books are in very nice condition, so that's going to play a big role as well, I would imagine. Jeffrey is entertained. He is very happy with these covers. Yeah, they're cool, man.
Incredible. The Jungle Juggler doesn't sound like a very evil guy to beat.
If you're looking to start collecting Golden Age comics, where do you go? You just go to my comic shop, Stephen? Do you think?
No, I'll tell you that one of the best things to do, if you go on eBay and you go into the section for Golden Age, put in lowest first, and then just start scrolling. The other way to do it is you go for auctions ending soonest, and that'll show you guys. And if there's or best offer, then they're desperate because no one's bought them, so that you can make a deal on those too, or new arrivals, newly listed, and those three areas on eBay is actually a pretty good place to go. And then if you really like the book, bookmark it there on eBay, and then go over to my comic shop and see if they have it there, because a lot of times one or the other will have the same book and or cheaper.
Auctions are key. Yeah, I've seen some good stuff on Whatnot. There's some Whatnot sellers that sell Golden Age.
I don't really do Whatnot.
I've seen some deals.
But I do auctions. Sadly I do auctions. I probably shouldn't. I bought an X-Men comic last night of, I think, about an 8.0, bright, beautiful, because I'm not really an X-Men buyer, but it's X-Men 49, that Steranko cover before the first appearance of Polaris.
Oh, yes.
That white cover that has them all in the cover, all the colors and stuff like that. Yeah. With there's his face looking up from underneath or whatever. Just I bought it. I've always thought it was. I never had that book before.
Well, Stephen, before you go any further, we're gonna have to bring out a fine young gentleman.
All right.
Mr. Machismo, how are you today?
Guilty as charged. That's me. I came for the fannies. I don't know what's going on here, but I came for the fannies. Actually, no. Steven posted on Instagram that Adam Hughes cover of what was it? Legionnaires.
Dream Girl, yeah.
It's just like, it's funny because like a lot of the Adam Hughes stuff like that we see now, like the big expensive books, people like go nuts for, but like he was killing it on the cover for Legionnaires. He did a good job on those.
Yeah. He really, really did, and that was one I was completely unfamiliar with. I bought a regular copy of that, a newsstand in about an 8, and then the next thing I know, I saw the DC Universe one in a 9.8, and it was not terribly expensive, because I don't think a lot of people track on the DCU, the multi-pack, that what are the chances of getting a 9.8 out of a multi-pack? Not very high.
Yeah.
The one in the middle, you might get a 9.8 out of.
That's very true. You're absolutely right. That is exactly the way it is too. The guys that would sit there and try to munge the books to see what the book in the middle was, and they basically end up mangling both the front and back book and the middle book in trying to figure out what it is.
Yeah, I hate those people. And they bug me.
I know what that is, and I'm trying to think. Like I've seen that Super Rabbit thing before, and it's not that character. It's something else. What is it? It's someone famous too.
The rabbit or the crow?
No. So that's kind of like a red herring, like the characters there. There's a first appearance in that book, and I forget what it is. It's someone kind of big time, I think.
Really? I
thought so. If it's not in that book, it's another one with like Super Rabbit. Like I've seen him before.
You got Chris's spidey senses tingling.
Sorry
Yeah,
about that. It's so early in the morning for tingling.
Let me look up some Super Rabbit real quick. See
Yeah.
what we got.
I'm almost positive there's something in that book. Like it's something similar to that.
You think there's a key in the suit? Maybe they won't have it on cover price because they don't always have it on Golden Age books. Super Rabbit.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That like so. Number one is it has I'd say there's one that has him, and it's basically a World War II cover, and has like cartoon versions of Tojo and Hitler on there. But there's, I suppose there's a different one too.
The funny animals went to war too. I had the LB Cole Taffy Comics #2 or whatever, and it had the Hitler bug in a big tank going over Wonder Worm. But that one went away. Yaniv got that in my latest trade. That went away. Because they are expensive. Those are not inexpensive.
They don't show the actual keys to any of these
right.
books, but they are pretty awesome books actually.
Unfit to Marry. I like that. And then you got James Dean in the background carrying the bags.
The truth about young marriage.
I bet you James Dean carrying the bags is probably slooping his wife.
That's why she's unfit to marry.
Swooping or stooping?
Stooping, slooping, and swooping.
There you go. All three of them. He's just letting it know. Patsy, I remember that. So funny.
Mr. Rad. How you doing, Rad? Good morning, sir.
Hi, Rad. Hello, Aaron.
Yeah. Hellcat started, the Hellcat that we got from the Jessica Jones series and that became in 144 in Avengers. That's her, Patsy Walker. She's from the 50s.
They retconned her.
So crazy. Yeah.
If everyone can see the Kickstarter project at the bottom of the page, it's going by. That is myself and Callie's Kickstarter. Go to that page, check it out, hit that reminder button. Rad actually has a cover for that comic, and we're very grateful. Thank you, Rad.
Yeah.
You know, I looked at this, I bought this book, and then I kept looking at it, and then I realized some kid drew the cigarette in.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no way.
That's out of the cover.
And I like it because the regular the one that's unmessed with doesn't have that. But I like the fact she's cutting a butt with the snake.
Yeah.
That's actually cool, yeah. Yeah, the kid just thought that the girl needed a cigarette. That's all.
Just, when you got to have a cigarette, that's just the way it is, She's working, but, hey, she had a very understanding employer.
Oh, that is beautiful.
That guy's in trouble.
This story, the guy is with the gal on the frail on the boat, and he's going, they talk about all these old gods and stuff like that. Neptune, what a joke. And they show Neptune down in the drink, way down underneath, looking up, kind of going, well, screw you. And he comes up and he takes the guy off the boat and crushes him and drags him down.
That's wicked, though.
That'll show him.
They've got a bat. What does it say inside the bat on that cover? Is there words in that?
It says Tales of Terror.
That's awesome. Cool.
This is this weird minotaur. You see the kind of the goat's head or whatever, the minotaur. Yeah. That's the company. It's Minotaur Press, and there's some screwball name for it too. I can't tell because it's black on deep blue. I can't see what it is. Yeah. But it's just this the Minotaur. These different companies that would produce these. I like this one. This sort of I Dream of Jeannie with a monster cover.
Anything that has scientific bottles or beakers, I am on it. I will. I don't know what it is. You put a beaker on a cover, and I'm just like, yep, I need it. I need to buy that.
It's like Dracula.
This one's a little bit easier to see. Let's see if I can make this one out.
He looks sort of like the old, like a real, the first Dracula. He's not so. Doesn't have quite as much, glitter on.
This one, it's Minoan, Minoan, Minoan Comics. Doesn't that roll off the tongue?
Yeah.
It rolls off and never comes back.
The Minoans.
Mommy, can I have a Minoan comic? What did you just say?
Yeah, they were out in ancient times, the Minoans. Teenage Confidential. That sounds like more of a magazine to me, but yeah, I can see that. They're just too young for love. Come back to me.
And then the other one is Motel.
Yeah.
Now, and this is a code book. This is a code book. Young Emotions Exposed.
Wow.
Too Young for Love. All this stuff going on, and it's a code book. They let him do all this stuff. You can't imply sex. What do you think this is?
Yeah. Like what? Now, I'm curious if that's supposed to be more of like a not cautionary type stuff, but it's like, yeah, like this is more about how you should be.
Well, of course, the fig leaf of don't do what I did.
Yeah.
Learn from my mistakes. See, it's helping girls. It's helping them.
There you go, Rat.
Mixing cocktails so soon?
Yes, yeah. It's Sunday. You gotta start your Sunday out with a nice Caesar.
Terry and the Pirates.
So this one is some music sounds like a Punjab polka. It is not. It's the St. Louis Blues. The St. Louis Blues. And Burma, who is the dancer, is this gal that hooks up with Terry and the Pirates. They have a on-again, off-again relationship. But her theme music is the St. Louis Blues. And so whenever she dances, she does this hoochie-coochie thing to the St. Louis Blues always.
Very nice. Mr. Rad with us. How you doing, Rad? Good to see you, buddy.
Hi, Aaron. How are you?
I am good. How are you guys?
Very, very well. Thank you. Hot Shot Charlie. And this one's from August 24th of 1953.
They drew. What does she look like? She looks like the girl on that last cover looks like somebody, like they're parodying somebody.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like I remember they used to have
Dorothy Lamour.
Yeah, it's somebody.
What's the other one? The one that was the one that invented the sonar device. What was her name? Dark-haired Hedy Lamarr. I always liked that in Blazing Saddles. Hedley Lamarr.
Hedley.
Better get Hedy Lamarr, not Heddy. Hedley.
Yeah, he was funny. I remember
Wait
him
for the
as
shake.
Yeah. I was gonna say History of the World. He's awesome with that. He's like, piss boy, get over here. He's like, wait for the shake. Like that dude was funny. That dude was very funny.
We got comedy.
Your Highness, the peasants are revolting. You telling me they stink on ice?
Yeah.
G-Man just dropped a video recently about his aquarium stuff. So he hasn't been on the YouTubes in a while. So check out G-Man.
Yeah. Hedley Lamarr.
You can tell how long ago this was because they have these metal skates that you would clamp onto your shoes.
Yeah.
I've seen them.
Metal wheels on those things.
I've seen them, but holy smokes, those are old skates.
Yeah.
What kind of stuff you find in attics? Nice, Tessie the typist, really?
She did. She
Someone noted that she never types. They never show her typing.
That's amazing.
No, she a bunch of people on the elevator.
Tessie the typist. That's awesome.
Maybe that's what the problem was. She kept messing up all these other jobs. And like, you know what? You just need to sit down and type. Like, you can't hurt anybody doing that.
Oh, and don't forget Tilly the Toiler. Tessie the typist and old Tilly the Toiler. I don't think
Tilly the Toiler was a newspaper strip, obviously.
Wow. Tilly
and Ella Cinders was another of these creaky ones that were from coming out of the Depression. And Tilly was one of these as well. And this was actually all new stories for this. In this book, they did this big deal. I just thought it was cute with the brown.
I don't think Tilly is toiling at all. She looks pretty untoily there. She's very.
No, she got all them dudes kind of come after it, man. And
yeah.
She's like, what are you gonna do? And I think Tessie should have been a bassist. Tessie the bassist.
Tessie the bassist.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you're not allowed to look in that little machine there, bud. What are you doing there, bud?
Is he watching her movie? What she's
Sure
right
No, he's watching Bathing Beauties, but he doesn't even pay attention to the beautiful one that's next to him, the sight gag. In Seaside, when I did the post for this book back in the 60s, when we would go down to Seaside, they had an arcade right down about a block and a half from the beach on the main drag goes all the way down to the ocean, and there's a turnaround, and it's stone and what have you. It's been there forever. It was, I think, in the early 20s, they built the prom that's right there on Seaside, right by the ocean. I have pictures of my dad and my dad as an infant, basically, with my grandfather on the beach there at Seaside. They would go to Seaside all the time. But this arcade was there forever. And they had Nickelodeon, or they had these video, these machines that are these giant wheels of cards. And then you drop your nickel, and you crank the thing up, you wind it up and wind it up and wind it up, and then a light bulb goes on, and then you crank it, and then each card is like you get your movie action from all these different cards.
Yep.
And at the end of it, why you've played all the other games that are 25 cents a throw or whatever they were, and then you'd have a nickel or two, and so to try to get every nickel out of you, they'd have these old Nickelodeons from the 20s and 30s still there. Very, very lovely. You could have nice things out like that back then. Now you can't do it because the people just destroy it, sadly. But I remember those really well.
Yeah, there's an amusement park up here, and I don't think they have those anymore. But they used to have them back in the day. It's called Canopy Lake, and Canopy Lake had a bunch of them. But they weren't a nickel; they were a quarter. They upped the price. But I remember seeing a couple of those, and it was just cool. They used to have this old timey like Western photos, and then they'd have those things outside there, and you could pay a quarter and watch a little show on the flip book or whatever.
And they'd have pewter. They had pewter fittings and the arm with a nice wooden handle. The boxes were quite ornate. They had felt around the eye holes so that when you put your face down in to see it, that it had nice felt that you could. I mean, it was really very nicely done. This is the famous Topper groin cover. This is a double cover
nice
too.
Garbage can outside.
Is it double cover?
With somebody destroying it. So yeah, you can't leave anything outside.
Well, I mean, they had those things there until I want to say at least 2002, and it was just but they were starting to rust and break and everything just because the elements get into them, because they didn't bring them inside when it rained and everything, so it started getting rusty and messed up and everything.
This one, this book is sort of interesting. The F6F Hellcat down there, the Wildcat was one of the first naval fighters by the Grumman, and they always had the Cat series, and the Hellcat was like the Wildcat, except that the Wildcat wasn't as anywhere approaching the quality of this. The Hellcat was designed specifically to take out the Zeros, Mitsubishi Zeros. At the beginning of the war, the Zeros killed everything because they were fast, quick, maneuverable, could climb higher. We had these big heavy like fighter bomber type planes. So they put, if you're familiar with aircraft of the Second World War, the P-47 Thunderbolt was a big, big plane. And it had the R-2000 or 2400 or whatever the designation was, the radial engine, where they could basically, half the engine could be shot away and the engine would still run and get you home. That same really powerful engine was put into the Hellcat and also into the Corsair. And this Hellcat accounted for, I think, more kills than any other plane, maybe I won't say in the war, but it's certainly in the Pacific and off carriers. The Hellcats were incredible. They're about 30% bigger than the Wildcats, purpose-built for landing and taking off very, very heavy duty on aircraft carriers. And I had someone ask me a question, why didn't they use the P-51 Mustang? Well, the Mustang was designed to be a long-distance fighter that would land on ground. The structure for the landing structure, the landing gear that they'd have on these things, when you're coming down, and you're tired, and the plane shot up, and you're trying to land on a pitching aircraft carrier. They would just the P-51's landing gear would fold up. I mean, there would be no way it wasn't designed for that. Hi, Bobby. So anyway, I get into the.
No, you get it. You get into what you want, buddy. I like the second.
No, that's okay. I don't want to lemon tree you so much.
No, wait. I like the Second World War stuff. So that
I love
the
problems in
Hellfire.
it.
Did Howard Hughes have anything to do with that, or was he?
He was different.
He was different. What plane did Howard Hughes have something to do with in the war?
Well, he had to do with quite a few. He had, of course, the commercial aircraft he had was the Constellation, the Tri-Tail.
Yeah,
but he did the Spruce Goose. He
Spruce Goose.
designed the which is here in Oregon, the Spruce Goose that flew once. That was supposed to be, it was made out of. It was they taxied it out. He had all this money from the government. And then they said, "Where's the damn plane? Show us the damn plane." So then he says, "Okay, I will." And he took it and he flew it a little bit, and that's the only time it ever flew. But it was to deliver huge, and I mean that you could go anywhere, fly a long distance, and land and disembark a lot of soldiers.
Amen. Yeah. Amen, buddy.
Underworld. True.
This is an unbelievably violent comic book. The story inside the primary story is which one is her name? Ma Wilkins, the Widow of Death. The Widow of Death story is she's basically marrying these guys with money, and then she murders them. She murders about 5 or 6 of them and their kids too. Like if the husband had a kid or something, she'd kill them too. I mean, it was brutal. I mean, just brutal.
Here's 10 cents, kiddo. Go get a nice comic book about murder and cheating.
Oh, it's pretty cold. I mean, there was no rules back then. They were just like, yeah, put whatever you want in there.
It was pre-code. I posted a book. My last book that I posted was a Blue Beetle number 50. One of the Good Girl covers is my current one that I have up on Instagram. And the thing about it is, if mothers saw those books, they threw them away. They would chuck them. So if a kid had it, they're hiding that thing from their mother so that she wouldn't throw it away. So they'd be hiding it under the mattress. They'll be hiding it outside. It'll be in a box. It'll be all tattered. He'll share it and all this other stuff. So, but the content was adult. Because
the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that's where you hide your porn from your mom.
There you go. but the thing that was intriguing about it, and that people don't understand, is in the golden age, those books were aimed at young adults. I mean, because everybody read comics. Everybody read comic books. And what kid wouldn't want to try to get his older brother's copy, or, if there was, if they could wrangle it in some way. And that if the kid had it, it would be ruined and it'd be low grade. So to find those Blue Beetles or books like that in high grade indicates that it was bought by a young adult and kept well. And that's the reason why you find them like that.
There's a group of children out there, and I know this because I've sold comics. There is a group of children out there that know to keep things in good condition.
Not back then, not that much. I mean, I would say I qualified it. I said the vast majority would be that way. But and here's another Korean War where he's shooting right through the guy.
I've met kids that you just know that they're they keep things tight. They keep things nice. I know a kid. He's 11 or 12, and he collects Spider-Man comic books, and he meticulously looks at comics and checks out everything. I'm like, wow. His dad knows nothing about comics.
I like the way the smoke was coming off the barrel of that Tommy gun.
The 30 cal, yeah. air cooled 30. But again, Korean War, but right through the guy.
Great colors.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
You were going to ask a question, I thought, earlier.
Yeah, I kept trying, but I didn't want to interrupt anybody.
I apologize. What's the question?
It was a question for you, Steppo. Several minutes ago, you guys were talking about planes, and I'd been in the other room. Was there a specific plane in World War II? Because I know enough about it to know that the Abraham Wald story is true, and that he did so much for the survival of our planes. But I didn't know if it was specific planes or if it really just applied to how they put armor on all planes.
There are quite a few things that went in with that. The power, the aerodynamics of the aircraft themselves, the crucible of war, caused the absolute necessity. Necessity is the mother of invention. Here it is very much that way. If you have a plane that can fly faster and last longer and protect the pilots, you're going to win. And so the race was to see how many of those can be produced and in enough numbers to be applied where they had to be applied to protect the bombers going in or to provide the ground support that was necessary for the troops. So as during the years of the war, the planes that were at the beginning of the war, as opposed to the planes that were at the end of the war, here is an illustration. Self-sealing gas tanks, that is to say, the method by which the aircraft could have bullets go into the gas tanks and then seal themselves and not catch fire. The Japanese planes never had those things. So if you'd run a stitch of machine gun bullets across their wings, they just go up like a bomb. I mean, they just go pam. That'd be the end of them. And the other thing is you would never get into a circling dogfight with a Zero or a lighter, more agile plane, because these big, heavier planes couldn't, like the P-40 Warhawk. It wasn't designed to be able to get into a tight dogfight. It was designed basically to come up from a height and come down and use the weight of the aircraft to increase the speed, so you could go through formations of enemy aircraft, shooting them as you would go through. And then even if they wanted to follow you, you've got the momentum, you're going down, you go way down, and then you just zoom all the way back up again. And that was the best use of a plane like a P-40. You use the weight of the vehicle, of the aircraft to do that. And as the years went by, a perfect illustration of that is the P-51 Mustang. It started out as a plane called the Apache, A-10 Apache or something like that. North American, it looks like a P-51, but they had an engine from an Allison engine, which is the engine that they had, one of the engines that they had in the P-40. And this engine would not produce the same amount of, because the engine technology wasn't there either. So you'd have these different engines that were being produced to put a hotter engine inside of an airframe that would be more aerodynamic. And they had all kind of teething pains and everything else because of the way, how big does the tail have to be, what kind of problems there were that they came up with. It wobbled at a certain degree, the wingtips had to be made longer or squared off. I mean, there's all these little refinements that they did. But the British took one look at this Apache, and it had two machine guns on the top and one that fired through the propeller. Which is very antiquated. Whereas when they saw it, they dropped the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine into this Apache aircraft, which turned it into the Mustang. And everything changed because the Rolls-Royce Merlin, in that really aerodynamic airframe of the P-51, gave it because of how beautifully made the aircraft was, it gave it the range. And this was the other problem, was that the bombers would go so far with the fighters, then the fighters would have to turn around and come back because they didn't have the range. And once the fighters left, which were keeping the German fighters off of them, then the German fighters would come up and they'd come after them, and they'd go after the bombers. And that's what they would do. Once the P-51 was with them, they could go all the way there and all the way back with the bombers. And that's what made a huge difference. And again, what that was the crucible of war was basically these guys were designing and designing and designing to make faster, stronger, more durable, safer aircraft for our pilots. Making the airplanes was hard enough, but training a pilot, and of course the loss of life, obviously.
And getting the plane back, though, I mean, and that was Wald's like groups at Columbia. The Columbia group was tasked with help us get these things back.
Yes.
Can I ask someone a question that knows anything about computers? I have just made my computer screen really, really big by accident, and I don't know how to get it back to the regular size.
I'm gonna ask Google.
Oh, it's a cute puppy.
If you, I mean, this might be tough to do, but if you right click, then you go to display settings.
Right click.
Yeah, you want to just scroll down to there when you see display settings, and then click on display once you get pointing to continue.
It doesn't have display settings on my right click for some reason.
It probably does. It's just like, but if it's super big and you can't see, it might be like too far down so you can see it.
Oh yeah, so right click, display settings, scroll down to scale and layout. Under scale,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, because that or like the aspect ratio or whatever, like because yeah, it like that type of thing.
So you can hit Control minus.
There you go. Try that.
Control minus. Hey, that's a good one. Let's try that. If I can find.
I love watching the sausage being made.
Hey, listen.
Actually, I didn't know Control minus. I usually just right click if I need something like that.
I can't even remember the name of the book, Steppo, but I read that like basically it was using lessons from mathematics to your everyday life kind of book.
I like how we just have been
the professor speak years ago when I was still back in Iowa. He's actually the guy who wrote that book is a teacher in Madison, Wisconsin. So I actually caught him on his book tour, and I heard about it. Like I was hearing the stories he told. And I was like, I want to read a book full of this stuff. And then after his book, I've noticed a lot of the chapters in that book started making their way to, what do you call those, like Facebook memes where people try to sound smart in the span of 3 paragraphs. And the story of Abraham Wald is one of the chapters of that book. And I've always just been curious, like if there was a specific plane that Wald worked on, or if it was more just a way of getting the army to, or the military, I should say, to rethink how they thought. Like, because Wald, famously said, "Hey, we don't need to focus on where these planes got shot that came back. We need to focus on where they didn't get shot and why. That's why they came back."
Which is a very, very logical and a different way to come at it in a far better way, especially for the pilots. I can't answer if there was any particular plane that he had the very specific impact on.
I'm going to bet it was more just a way of thinking. I bet it was more applied to everything.
Anything that worked well was shared instantly with the other guys. For example, the British would, when they first were flying in their Hawker Hurricanes before the Spitfire, they would use 30 caliber machine guns. They would use 303s or Browning 30s, because we would send them to them in Lend-Lease to put into the wings of the Hawkers. But they found the reason they went to 50 caliber was because the 30s couldn't bring the planes down well enough. So you could hit the plane a whole bunch with 30 caliber rounds, but it wouldn't bring the plane down. The 50s, on the other hand, would tear the thing to pieces. If you've ever heard of the expression, the whole 9 yards, have you ever heard that expression before?
Yeah.
The whole 9 yards is a World War II euphemism, because in a P-51, you had 9 yards of ammunition for each gun in the wing. And they said, "How did you do?" He says, "I gave him the whole 9 yards." That's where that expression came from. That's
funny. I would have always assumed it was a football thing, but
But all of those different aircraft during the war, where they made these improvements, as I said, the mother of invention is the crucible of war, the necessity to have these things. And by the end of the war, we had the Germans were still improving their aircraft, but the Japanese never really did. They sort of rested on their laurels. They had other designs, but they sort of rested on their laurels with the Zero, and it was a great aircraft. But at the end of the war, they had this thing called they lost all their pilots. Many of their aircraft and things that they lost, but mostly the pilots at Midway, where the cream of their Air Corps, of their pilots, were all snuffed out. So they had these young guys going up in there that really were not that good of a pilot. And when you were going up against seasoned American pilots, we had more and higher and bigger and better and longer, stronger and everything else. We basically that's what they called it the Marianas Turkey Shoot, because they just basically went in and just shot the hell out of them after Midway. And of course the aircraft carriers were what made all the difference. Pearl Harbor, because they didn't get our 3 carriers or the fuel reserves, the oil reserves that were up in the hills there in Oahu, was the reason why we were able to prosecute the war. And it wasn't about battleships standing off 15 miles from each other slugging it out. It was about aircraft that could fly several hundred miles, deliver 500 and 1,000-pound bombs onto aircraft carriers or capital ships. Aircraft changed the entire way that the war was looked at. And Billy Mitchell,
fuel. We had access to more fuel than anyone.
Oh no, that's one of the things that made Japan go to war with us.
Yeah,
is that they were prosecuting. They were going into China, and Roosevelt said, "To hell with this! No more oil, no more raw materials for you." And the Japanese says, "Well, you can't do that." And he says, "Watch me, we just did." And they didn't have the natural resources to do it. That's what forced them to go out and take all of those islands and down towards Australia and all around wherever they went, so they could get the raw materials to prosecute.
They had to if they wanted to expand. They couldn't.
Yeah,
they didn't have enough on their own.
Yeah,
I have just a few more.
Yeah, of course, Stephen.
Actually, I have a lot more, but just a few more I'll show. I don't want to drag everybody down.
Thank you for answering those. I was just curious. I've always liked that story. I like any story where people, look at a problem differently.
Yeah, and it took that kind of thinking. It took that kind of thinking to come up with something that would be better. And the guys that could do that ended up being the innovators for certain type of aircraft, purpose-built aircraft specifically, ones that could land on a carrier, ones that were better on land, some that could go longer, some of them that could carry more of a payload. All the trade-offs that you would have, the size of your engines that they could get, the manufacturing capability, and how long it would take for them to get those, phasing out the older ones, maintaining the other ones, and you're doing this on a world basis to try to keep these things going to basically prosecute the war. It's the attrition and all this, and having them, and also having factories. Of course, if you're in Europe, having factories bombed and basically being able to go, the guys that the Germans went underground, they were producing damn near as much as they were, with the factories up above, with factories down below. Albert Speer was very, very good at that, but they just were overwhelmed. There was too many of the people against them. The jet engines that the Germans came up with, Hitler wanted it to be a bomber, so he could have a bomber that could go and do it, and they couldn't get the bomber to do it with the engines that they had to do what they wanted to do. So they finally went to the Me-262 and made it a fighter, but they did it too late in the war to make a difference. And that 262 was the best fighter in the war, basically was a jet fighter against a piston-powered aircraft. There was no comparison. They were just that good. Anyway, but technology, and when the technology was there and how it was applied and how much time you had to do it, and also the commanders. The Russians' primary problem was that Stalin killed everybody that every officer that he had, clear down to the rank of sergeant, and their family and everybody and their friends, because he was so afraid of someone coming and taking over him, that he killed everybody off. So then when they go to war, they don't have any commanders that know what to do. So they just basically turned on the meat grinder, and they killed. All they had was gazillions of people that were wasted with the Russians. And then they had to try to find from just civilians and just the poor people that got sucked into it, to have commanders that would know how to actually fight against the Germans, other than just having wave after wave after wave of people, which was much what happened in Korea against us, was that we beat the Koreans, but when the Red Chinese came in, there was 18 gazillion million Red Chinese soldiers. It was just wave after wave after wave of these people coming in. And that's how they basically, we were better fighters, we had better equipment, we had better everything, but we didn't have the numbers. They didn't value life at all. They valued the end result. They didn't value the life. The life was a means to an end, rather than the end being used to the means that they had. A completely different mindset. Save the people. They said use the people. And so that was why that was such a and of course the story with that was that Douglas MacArthur was the commander overall in Korea, and he wanted to use small nuclear devices on the Koreans to basically snuff them out and save American lives. And Truman said, I won't do it. And he says, well, we need to do it to save the American lives. He says, thank you very much, you're relieved of command. And that was the end of Doug MacArthur. Now, I think Truman made the right call. I don't think that they should have used nuclear devices in Korea. I don't think we should have even been in Korea any more than I think we should have been in Vietnam. But that's
the spot where Truman launched his political career, like where he first announced he was running for county supervisor, is about 4 blocks from where I'm sitting right now.
Very cool. I give Truman all the props in the world for his ability and his toughness to drop the bomb. He saved so many lives by doing that. A lot of people are revisionist history people, and they talked to Paul Tibbets, who flew the Enola Gay.
Yeah, I've met Paul Tibbets. I've talked to him.
Okay. Where these people say, how can you sleep at night for what you did? He says, I sleep like a baby. Yeah. I saved, and all these guys, they had this one guy that was there, some young gal reporter or whatever, how do you sleep at night for what you did, and the world is never the same, and all this other stuff. He says, no, I feel very good about it. I'm very happy I did it and saved a lot of lives, which it did. And then there's a serviceman behind him. He says, Mr. Tibbets, I want to thank you personally, because I was bobbing around in a transport off of Japan waiting to basically invade mainland Japan. And that ended the war. And it should have ended the war after the first one. But the Japanese had enough intelligence people around to say that we used, that they had used up all the uranium-232 or whatever it was that we had to make the first bomb. But what they didn't know was that we learned how to make plutonium, which could be made in large amounts. And the bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki, which was actually the first target that was clouded over. And so Hiroshima was the secondary target on that day. Anyway.
Weird.
It's weird.
That's a great cover.
I met Paul Tibbets. He came to my high school, and my friend Chris was actually the student who got to introduce him.
That's cool. I admire so much the sacrifice and the bravery to apply the mindset of people today into a situation where it was life or death in war. They're just, the right people would rise to the occasion when it was needed, but being safe and sound and safe and secure and no problems or anything like that, to apply a standard, they shouldn't have done that to those poor people. Well, how many people's lives did they save? Both sides by doing that. One of the things we didn't do either, we didn't bomb their cultural centers. I mean, their religious towns where they had all these ancient buildings and pagodas and things that they had that were beautiful. They said, we're not going to bomb their heritage. We're just going to bomb their ability to make war. And Tokyo was pretty much gone by the time Hiroshima was bombed. It was just a demonstration. We tried and tried and tried to not drop that bomb. But the militarists in their council said, no, we don't believe it. You're not going to do it. And they told him, they said, they dropped leaflets. They said, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Don't get it the hell out. And they said, screw you. And we said, fine, goodbye. Boom. So there you go.
What is she doing to that dude? Has she got him around the neck?
She's got a whip around because he robbed the Wells Fargo Express. There, Bleecker.
Oh my goodness! She's catching.
Yeah, she
herself a
that 6-gun. I think that there, the blondie that's Wilma West.
That's why I would have always traveled by Wells Fargo. We'll get there eventually because it's the Express that always had the issues.
Yeah, you never want to travel.
I would venture to say that the people, the frails at these stations looked more like Marjorie Main than they did Veronica Lake. What do you think?
Beckerman, are you near the historic Boeing factory in Wichita?
No, I'm in Lee Summit, Missouri, and there's a building in downtown Lee Summit that I do not live far from. I'm actually in between two really historic places. There's the building that Truman announced the first time he ever ran for anything, which I believe, but I might be wrong, county supervisor, I think is the first office he ever held.
That's
the spot he did it from is near my comic book shop that I go to. And then in the other direction, there's just a couple blocks from where I'm at. There's a historical cemetery where Cole Younger is buried.
Wow.
Are you one of these guys that think the Outlaws were wonderful and all that other stuff?
No, I think Cole Younger was a piece of crap. I wouldn't have wanted to meet him. He's pretty racist.
Well, Bill Hickok.
This is an Okajima copy, if you're familiar with the Okajima story.
Yes. That's awesome.
And I mean, Younger, you could say later on, kind of just became a carny huckster in his old age.
Another carny. Then he cut hair.
I'm saying carny.
It all comes back to carnies.
I'm not gonna lie. As somebody that sells comics and has sold comics, Westerns were always the hardest to sell.
This is true.
Oh, Willie. Hello, Willie.
And I know when you go up north, everything, all the signs on the. So when I go back to Iowa, you'll always drive past all the signs like for Jesse James this, Jesse James that, because he's from up north of Kansas City.
There was a warehouse find of this because there were numerous copies, all of them must have been file copies. Because they're like, $69 or $59 for these, and they're just almost in gem mint condition.
Oh, no, Derek, I lived in Northeast Iowa when I met him. I grew up in a town called Dubuque, Iowa, and I honestly think he visited because they paid him his lecture fee. The local alternative high school that I did not go to, but my buddy Chris did, they raised the money to bring him to speak.
The Return of the Dead Lover.
That's freaking awesome. What do you mean?
Impressive. Most impressive.
Hey, who dat?
Hello, who dat?
Who dat Comics. He's at work today.
I don't understand this title because they'd always have. I have another one where there's a body or a lifeguard. He's got 5 girls around him, and there's a black and white picture of Les Paul and Mary Ford in this issue. So it's a very strange magazine, comic but magazine at the same time, hybrid. Victimone.
Great Slipknot album, nice. Derek says they've got a lot of Billy the Kid stuff down in New Mexico. That makes sense. They're making another Billy the Kid movie, another Young Guns movie is coming out. I don't know if anyone's on that, but the cast, Emilio Estevez. They're all. I think Chavez is reprising, so they're coming back. A few of them are coming back. I don't think Doc's coming back. I think they killed him.
He's not Young Guns anymore. Then
middle-aged guns.
Yeah, where are they gonna do that? Just because, I mean, if you go to the second Young Guns, all of them die except for
I know, bro. I'm well aware because movies.
Like, so I mean, people are like, oh, well, Doc's not coming back. He can't. He got shot at the very end. I saw it.
Well, technically, in real life, Doc didn't die until he was like 75 or 80 years old. So Doc did live long and healthy life after Billy the Kid, but they are
this time.
They are trying to make a new Billy the Kid with the same cast, which I find crazy. But whatever.
Well, I mean,
maybe this time they'll all go get dinner at 4:30.
Well, Christian Slater can't come back, and because he gets decapitated after the end of that movie.
He can't come back. Oh, that poor girl. Elephants are very strong. She's in big trouble.
They definitely foreshadow that. Like when they say, "Hey," is this the border to Mexico? And then the guy just pulls a knife out, and then he kind of nods at him.
Yeah,
but I think you're underestimating just how out of ideas Hollywood is. So they can absolutely bring all of these guys back through the power of we need money.
Well, the actual story with that though, that's what really happened. He crossed the border.
Yeah, they don't care about the actual story. They don't have that. Can't stress enough. There is nothing original coming out of Hollywood. They've
really, yeah, man. They're out of ideas. It seems anyway.
Yeah, but that's not really their fault though, because I mean, for the most part, you look at every story; it's all the same.
Is it?
Yeah. All right. Tell me this. Like even comics and stuff like that. Like Superman is basically Moses. I mean that's basically like him being shipped away to just be taken away from a dangerous place to go and be grow up with surrogate parents and everything like that.
Found as a baby. I get you. Yeah,
that's Moses. So Simon and Schuster weren't all that original, were they? They just gave him power.
And you're not wrong, Chris. It's very hard
to talk about a couple of guys who aren't here to defend themselves.
Mr.
That's all.
Biggie Shack comes in. Mr. Stevens,
Biggie
awesome.
Shack.
Hi, Big.
Hello. Hello.
What's up?
This is it, man. Steven just finished showing off some amazing Golden Age stuff, some good war comics, some good romance comics. Very cool stuff. A little horror, a little smattering of horror and weird in there. Pretty cool.
They just call that movie. You shouldn't even call it Young. Just call it Guns.
Guns.
Guns, but they're not even guns. They're just, like they own stores now. Groceries are over there. Onions are $2 for $1, or it'd be like 2 for a penny.
And this is the thing. Like people didn't really live super long lives in the old West.
Their nutrition was terrible.
Right? So there's a few people that lived,
the sanitation and hygiene were
White Earth made it pretty long.
Yeah, White Earth did make it pretty long. You're right.
You know how he lived so long? Honestly, because he traveled around. It was him and that lady that they ended up marrying. Him and the woman that he hooked up with after his original wife. They just kind of went around to room service. They just traveled the world. That's how he did, because he always went to places where there was food.
That's food. A nice young fatty will keep you young. That's the way that works, I hear.
Well, Bat Masterson ended up going to become a reporter for a newspaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Earp was the exception. He really did live a very, very long and happy life after all of the travel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died. He actually even got to be in Hollywood and start he like was a consult on his life in his life movie in Hollywood, for fuck's sake. Yeah, we're making White Earp movies, and White Earp is sitting right there. Like, what?
And it's all lies.
Well, not totally.
Even though the Bruce Willis movie Sunset was so execrable, it was fun to have him as the Hollywood cowboy, having Earp right there, and you know, it was fluff, but it was fun fluff.
Yeah, I always like Tombstone. Tombstone's a good movie.
It's a great movie, man. Doc Holliday in that was just freaking awesome, dude.
Well, Val Kilmer stole the show with his characterization.
Yeah.
I mean, Kurt Russell was great as Earp, but
So
let's face it, Val Kilmer stole the show.
Yeah, he was the pretty guy that got shot, and then what's it called? Danny Delaney.
Prettiest man ever.
You shot him. Why'd you do that for? It's like because he was fucking pretty. That's 100% why they shot him. It didn't matter. They shot at him when he was doing his soliloquy, and they liked it. They were just like, and they started shooting at him, and then he did his little thing, and then they all clapped, and then they started shooting more guns in the thing. It's like, you know what? He should have just left altogether, because if you do a good thing, you get shot at. If you do a bad thing, you get shot at. It's like, you know what? There was no winning with these people. And I'm far too pretty for this. I'm leaving. That's it. I'm going out.
There may have been some exaggeration on the part of the Hollywood directors having all of these cowboys shoot indoors at a theater.
Do you think Billy Bob Thornton shows that movie to people just to be like, look how fat I used to be? See?
Oh my God.
All the work I put in?
He was, it's crazy that Billy Bob, it's insane, the transformation. If you see him now, he looks like a waif, for Christ's sake. What's he in that? He's in a new TV series. I haven't watched it, but it's like about fire and oil, I think, some nonsense.
A few months ago, I was reading Terry Funk's book. Yes. And it's really weird. And he has this odd way of storytelling. So anyway, there's this part about having this weird cousin that I don't want to say what he did, but weird stuff with a dog, right? Oh. And he's like, anyway, my cousin that did that, he's Billy Bob Thornton now.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Like, okay.
Well, he did redeem himself. He was with Angelina Jolie for a while, so you know.
And they were weirdos. And they were weirdos together too.
From the dog?
Oh,
they used to wear each other's blood around their necks and stuff. Like, her and Billy Bob were like weirdos, man.
But that's why he got into shape. He's like, girl Angelina likes me, so I better start working out. You saw her in Hackers. I gotta keep up with that.
She was definitely in Hackers. She was something, that's for sure. Yeah. And what was it? She played like a model in a TV.
Gia.
Yeah, that's it. Gia as well.
I think that's the one that got her all the serious roles, because like they saw that like that one got kind of that's a tough movie to watch towards the end of it, because like when that woman's coming to the end of her life, it's sad. I was like, oh, but that's what got her all the big roles, because she was just like, hey, I'm good enough to play this type of stuff.
I find those movies hard to watch, man. Things that are sad like that.
All right.
I find
I didn't know that.
Perfect Storm almost impossible to watch. I find that boxing movie that Clint Eastwood did with that poor girl, I find that really hard to watch. I'm like, I can watch half of that movie. I'm like, okay, movie's done. Great movie. You watch the back half of that movie, you're like, this was the worst movie I've ever seen. I hate my life. It's awful.
Perfect Storm, I don't mind so much, because the Perfect Storm is like, it's just like the Perfect Storm.
I want them to win, Chris. I want them to win. I want them to be alive and not die.
Movie. Yeah. No. The Eye of the Hurricane scene was
spoilers.
Yeah. Oh no, the Eye of the Hurricane scene was very just earth-shatteringly sad at that one.
It was so sad. It was so sad.
And all of a sudden the clouds come back, and it's like, she's not gonna let us out. I'm like, I mean, like, all you had to do. I mean, literally, like as soon as you saw things, we're gonna keep going. Like, no, you know what? Just go back. But
go back, bro. Yeah, $1 Million Baby. That's the other one. Sad as hell.
Yeah.
I'm really like, it's the first half of that movie. It's a fantastic movie. Second half, saddest movie of all time. Her family just treats her like garbage. It's awful.
That was the worst part, was the family when they came down and they're just like, look, we need to decide something with your money.
We need money. Oh,
Like,
U-Turn is a great movie.
yeah.
I actually really like that movie, Jeffrey. That's a weird one. If you haven't seen U-Turn, it's a bizarre movie. It's in the same vein as I don't know, Natural Born Killers, U-Turn. They all came out around the same time, but it's not the same.
Y'all ever see the Merlin Silver Swan? Y'all ever seen that?
No.
Silver Swan. I don't think I have, brother.
Not even you, Steppo?
I haven't seen that one.
I'm gonna have
It's
to
a animatronic. I thought it was the real like magician Merlin, but it was like a clocksman from the 17th. It's over there in Europe and shit, and it's like a real silver swan that has glass rods and fish. It's fucking beautiful. It's a really cool piece. Older now.
Okay.
Just check it out later. Just was wondering.
I want
Is
to
it like a piece of art, Biggie?
Yeah.
What's up?
Is it a piece of art, or like, is that what it is, or is it a movie?
It's a piece of art. It's like it's like an animatronic from like 300 years ago.
Right. They had that's a famous one, and same with the chess one is really famous. They used to have a chess playing animatronic that traveled the world and beat people at chess masters at chess. You know?
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yep.
Yeah. So Aggressive License says, what movie did you just stop at a certain point and it's totally different production? And he said like Jurassic Park. That did where they talk about what could go wrong and then roll the credits. The Matrix. If he just takes the blue pill, none of it. He just goes right back to sleep. Everything's cool. Doesn't have to hear any of the horrors that are waiting for him when he takes that red pill.
You know what? I can't think of any off the top of my head, but there are movies where, like, if they just did this right at the beginning of the movie, we would have been walking out 4 minutes. We'd be like, all right, best $20 I ever spent. 4-minute movie.
Yep.
Good job, guys. Way to go.
Y'all watch Dark Scanners with Keanu Reeves, Woody Harrelson, and Robert Downey Jr.? Y'all remember that one?
I have, yes. Yeah,
I've heard of it. I've never seen it.
Is that the one where they did the cartoon over top of it, right? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It just filmed cool.
Yeah, I can't remember what kind of they call that. That's a certain kind of, I can't remember what they call it, but it's pretty cool. I don't hate it at all, to be honest. I like that kind of art.
It wasn't bad. The end kind of sucked. He's like, I found these flowers, and he's like trying to snap out of it. The drugs just fucked his head up pretty bad.
Yeah, I would say
every horror movie ever. Should we go into that creepy house? Nah, we're good.
So actually, you know what? You could say the same thing with Nightmare on Elm Street. Oh, we're gonna put him on trial and this and that, and it'll be fine. But then they had this show, Freddy's Nightmares, and they actually did show the trial. There's an episode where the trial and he gets off, and that's when basically that's like the precursor to the movie. It like leads into when they're gonna go ahead and get him, because it's like you did this and that's what I mean. So, but if they because the perception is like he did this and just got and we're just gonna take care of him. So in the first one, that's the perception of it, like, we just killed this guy. Like, it's like, well, why did you let it go to trial and see what happened? If you just found guilty, then there you go. No dreams, no nothing. Everything's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I didn't know I didn't know I got a link to The Hunt last night till about 2 a.m. I was like, oh, I got a Gmail.
Oh, you got a link? I never even got one.
Bro.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the after show or before, but I was like, oh shit, I got a Gmail.
I don't get a link. We don't get a link till 10 minutes before the show, so you know how it goes, Biggie. Fuck.
Yeah.
We actually, the show was very off the cuff last night. We had a bunch of people cancel, and it was like, what are we gonna do? So we just sort of had a three-way. Yeah, we had a three-way shot. We threw some shots out at people, that kind of nonsense.
Yeah. We started the investigation of. We started the investigation of the caking herd around the world.
Give me the short version, Becker.
Again, Blake.
What happened? Short. What happened? I was asking Becker to give me the short version. What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, Bleeker seems to think he might want some more.
You want some more? You told me you didn't. No, that's fine. Come on back, Bleak. You can have your rematch.
He keeps talking about cake.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool with me.
Something. But hey, Bleak. Biggie. We'll just wait 5 minutes. He'll change his gimmick again.
All right. We'll further discuss this, but I'm game. I'm good.
Hey, man, we're just playing. We're just playing.
Hey, the brain trust of Becker and Biggie will get this figured out.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
God, that should take eons.
You say that, but we made the hunt entertaining as hell, right, Biggie?
I think so. I thought we did a good job, but you know,
You guys,
who
We
knows?
brought 90 back.
you guys did awesome.
Yeah.
Christina Payne in the chat. And Christina,
I'm trying to bring him back as well.
what do we got? We got Norin or Rad down here. He's he's building.
Ending?
He's building. He's cutting right now. He's sawing. With
Ah,
he's got his foot on the thing.
That looks a little fucking dangerous.
No shoes.
I would put a big rock there instead of my foot.
No shoes. No steel toes. Jesus, Rad.
How real men do it.
Ah, yeah. And then they walk around.
I'll
with a
hold it
big
down
one.
for you.
That's how real men get their feet chopped off.
Beautiful.
Like, what happened with that wonderful? What's that kickstand that you're on now? Well, you know, I was helping somebody saw, and you know, went a little bit to the right. I don't know, lost a couple toes, but we're doing good now.
I'm a real man.
Oh, sorry, I was just calling Rad's local government office to see if he's pulled the appropriate permits.
Calling in Oshar, yeah.
On
Yeah.
a Sunday,
No,
boy,
you
you got some connections on this.
This is the
On a
permit.
Anybody
Saturday,
on a
or Sunday,
Sunday.
yeah, on a Sunday, right?
Where's that permit to let us know that you?
And you'll see a world of OSHA violations.
It's like every child that's tried to sell me lemonade. Where's your permit?
Happy Mother's Day to you, Christina.
Yes.
And all the mothers out there. I hope you're having a good Mother's Day. I don't know what you do for Mother's Day. You know, when I was a kid, we made Mom the worst breakfast in bed, and she lied and said it was awesome. And she was like, yeah, this is the best. And it was not. I'm sure of it now that I've seen other children do it. You know, the burnt toast and the... It's just bad. It's just bad. But
Probably just happy that you didn't burn the house down. Like, oh no, what's still
If you're raised by a single dad, do you still celebrate Mother's Day with him?
yes,
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
I mean, why not?
well, you got
I mean,
you got Father's Day. Do you
there
need
you
2
go.
days?
I mean, why
Any
not?
excuse for brunch, guys.
Any excuse for brunch? Is there brisket involved? I'm in.
That's what I say, man. Look.
Oh, that was delicious. I had more in there, and I might. And I got that low carb bread, the keto friendly shit. Not that I'm on keto, but you know, I just don't want as many carbs if I can cut them out. So.
Yeah.
I knew a guy keto. I don't know. I don't diet, but I know the last person I knew that was on a diet was this dude, and he got keto really got him thin, man. I was like, holy shit, whatever you do.
I'm not doing all that other stuff, but if I can,
You need to talk to Roscoe. Whatever Roscoe did worked.
Whatever
That guy
Roscoe
lost like 200 pounds.
Yeah, he really did lose a lot.
Yeah, Becker ain't doing too bad though. He lost quite a bunch.
Yeah, I stabilized and put a few back on, but I'm down this week, so that's the important part, and I'm still down overall from when I started.
Yeah, it's hard.
But, what was I gonna say? Roscoe, I think his was like health related too, right?
I don't know.
I know he's got health problems.
A little bit, I think it's tied. Yeah,
And then I
He's
think
got
he just
that,
aggressively dieted and
he's got like a full body arthritis.
That sucks, man. That sucks.
But I think he's a pretty aggressive dieter, so like I think he
Thank
really
God. You just gotta thank God that you're at all even remotely healthy, because some people that really have a hard time on the planet, man. That would suck to be just riddled with arthritis and things like that. That would really suck.
Yeah.
Especially for man, especially for somebody that draws a lot. Jesus, it's gotta suck.
Yeah.
So kind of to maybe change paths on this little fucking conversation. I'm gonna go to. I was pretty mesmerized by Doc's performance on the club all day yesterday. I was just like,
yeah, that was some great books.
Dude, I was just thinking, like, what did I? It was like getting hit by a UFO in a four-way or something. Like, what the fuck did I just see? You know? So I was Googling and eBaying, trying to learn, rewatching. Yeah, it was fun, dude.
Doc's
A lot of 9/8s I didn't think even existed.
He's too much, bro. He's got like it's just what he grabs is unbelievable, man. It's crazy, and he's given away more good comics than I'll ever see in my life, and he's still got more good comics than I'll ever see in my life. Like it's just unbelievable.
So me and Bleeker got to see like the rest of the AOK for D, dude, and it was just like, what?
T, man.
Half of it was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I know D ain't gonna be able to comprehend it. Like, I couldn't comprehend it. You know,
D,
it was
if
just like,
you ever make another invoice for Doc, you're getting shut down quick. That's just insane, man. What he's he's generous, bro. Ryan Riley says, y'all make sure to check out a new streamer I've been watching called Triple B Haunted Comics. Very cool guy and show. I think y'all would agree. All right, I'll give it a check out. Absolutely.
BBB
Haunted Comics.
All right.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, no, but Doc, holy shit, dude. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Yeah, what did he show? The first Green Lantern. He showed the first Spectre.
Yeah, Green Arrow, Speedy, Aquaman.
He might have got into some Batman stuff. I don't know. Like it was just
yeah, the Green Arrow, the Speedy, and Aquaman threw me off because there's a fun comics reprint of Aquaman and Green Arrow's first. So there's it's like that 180, 181 deal. I guess there's a couple books people kind of consider it.
No, More Fun 73 is their first appearance.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, when I looked it up on eBay, like, the cover looked like a giant knight, but the one that Doc showed was one with, like, a more superhero kind of look to it, so I know the one he showed is the real one, but maybe it was the first cover or something.
I have had two More Fun 73s in my life. I had one that I bought and sold and made a profit, and then I bought another copy that showed up came out of a house in Northeast Portland. They called it the Hollywood Arcade Collection, where they were tearing out a floor in an old house, and the whole floor, the insulation was comic books, and More Fun 73 and Green Lantern 1 and 3 and a whole bunch. I had a bunch of them. They were all very, very brittle, though, because of the heat. All of them were, the colors were spectacular, but they were dry. But that one I sold for a big chunk of change when I went after my Schomburg painting. But when you have to have money quick, those books are very, very liquid. More Fun 73 was one of the first books I wrote about in the comic book marketplace. As far as, because a lot of people don't realize that More Fun 73, and to be honest with you, it is an important book, but the fact that Dr. Fate has a half mask at this point, I like the full mask on Dr. Fate so much better. It's an extremely uneventful cover to More Fun 73, which is sad. When you look at a cover like More Fun 52 for the Spectre or All American 16 for Green Lantern, those are very, very wonderful, action-oriented covers. Beautiful things. He's the top. Mr. Doc is by far the top.
Stephen, I do have a question for you. I know you and I touched on this briefly with you, but how do you feel, because you've just got rid of some books out of your collection to get an amazing book, and now people are able to acquire some of your old collection. Yes. How does that make you feel? Do you get a little tinge of jealousy, or are you like, that's pretty awesome, my collection's throughout there now, you got some good people holding on to some of your books? You know the people, obviously. You know a lot of the people. So. Yeah,
it's bittersweet because I know how hard it was for me to put those together over years, and then basically, then when you make a trade like that, I mean, the books that you have are ones that you want, otherwise you wouldn't have them in the first place. Exactly. So, hi, Papa. But I don't think that I'm very, very flattered that people say this is a Steppo book or this is a Steppo collection book. That I have, there is some sort of cachet to it. It's very flattering. But I know that Doc had gotten a few of them, and I know a few other people in our group. I mean, our people. I say our people, but our bunch that have purchased my books. I know Alan's going to buy a few of them. And so,
oh, you knew Alan. You knew Alan was going to be in there. You knew.
Well,
that.
He's in there. He's in there pitching for everything. But the thing about it is that Yaniv knows these people. That he knows all these people. A lot of everybody's been doing business. That's where Doc got a lot of his books. Was through Yaniv, through trades, much the same way that I did. The man is just an amazing. He's only 28, and he's already. I mean, he's turning in circles that are. I mean, right at the very tippy top. But both he and Jordan Seymour are such nice guys. But in answer to your question, having a nice person end up with one of your books, to me, it feels really good. I did feel wistful. He says, "Yeah, I never had a first vision as nice as this one, Steppo." And I said, "No," and I remember buying that book. I remember I was so thrilled, white pager and all this other stuff. You remember the books. We all do. When you get a book, and if it was a tough one to get, that you remember the process and wanting it, then finally having it. Then, of course, you have to make up. It's not like you're just jumping for joy that you're getting rid of a nice book. But you understand that in order to get something good, you have to give something good. I mean, that's just you just can't get away.
Well, especially if you're trading with dealers. Typically, dealers want a little
liquid.
More. Yeah.
Well, they want something that's liquid so they can get all their money out.
Yeah, and and
it's understandable.
They need to make some profit and stuff like that as well. So it becomes a little weird at that. I think at that stage, so that's a tippy top of trades, though. You're talking lots and lots of money. I don't even want to say the number because it's ridiculous. You're talking houses. People are trading houses here, for Pete's sake.
Do you know the interesting thing is you have a book. You're saying I traded all of this collectible paper and all these 44 or 48 books that I traded, big books. And I got one piece of paper. I mean, one magazine of 30, pages or whatever. I said, so I traded all this fancy paper for this one fancy paper. It's ludicrous, really. It's crazy, but it is what it is.
I'm very happy that I do own a Steppo. I have a Steppo book in my collection, so I do have.
I do too, yeah.
I have a part of the Steppo collection. I do have in my collection, so I'm very happy to.
Well, you guys are awfully nice. It does make me. I will say just a tiniest bit of wistful, because you remember again how hard it was to get them. But again, it really thrills me that friends have them, and that it is a nice thing rather than having them shot all over the countryside or whatever like that, which is fine too. But a lot of them are going to people that I know, and it's fun that they can enjoy them the same way that I did. I think it's great. I love it.
Biggie, what were you going to say?
I'm sorry, Big.
Oh, no, you're fine. I wouldn't say. Oh, so I'm going to hop on my computer, but before I go, I got a little story. So y'all know Benny Compton, right?
Yeah, Benny Blanco from the Bronx, baby.
Yeah, so I've been hanging out with Benny in backstage, kind of talking to him a little more lately.
Yeah.
And apparently he was a big, card dealer, and he had a lot of comics, like Golden Age. He had X-Men 1s. He had big books, right?
Wow.
And he went to visit his daughter for about a month, and his house got flooded.
Oh.
And yeah, he had the majority of his personal collection in the basement.
Oh.
And he came back. This was like 2009, 2010. And ever since I heard this story, I'm in wonder. And it was horrible. It's like, how books get waterlogged so much when you touch them, they just disintegrate.
Yeah.
And he just threw them out on the yard, let them dry out, and burned them, dude. And he'd tell me all these books he used to have. It was the worst. It was like, it reminded me when Steppa said the guy found the books in the floorboard. It's like the complete opposite. Like, you know.
I'm gonna make Papa Wheelie big because I just saw Nora show up and Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, I'd cry. I'd cry.
That's all we wanted
It was
to say.
horrible.
That's all we wanted to say. We'll get Papa off the big screen now. But Happy Mother's Day.
Can you put the link in the chat, Leak, so I can use my computer so I don't sound so froggy or whatever else?
Can, brother. I sure can. Yeah, I can actually just send it to your email if you want. Or I'll put it in the chat here. Link copy. Link in the chat. Paste. There we go. Hurricane Katrina got my collection. Jeffrey Darcy says, "Holy shit, man! That freaks me out, dude. I don't know if I could handle something like that. Like a natural disaster just taking all the books that I loved. That would really suck."
I'm going to reload my coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, of course, Stephen. Of course, my friend. We watched Backlash last night. Thanks to Papa. Appreciate you, Papa. I have a Steppa book, and it was an upgrade, but it was one of his doubles. So does that count? Yes, it does, Papa. Get Biggie back up in here.
Yeah, does that sound better?
Yeah.
Good.
Papa Wheelie let us watch Backlash last night, which was awesome.
Yeah, I was watching UFC and a little Backlash. I kind of think they just did that match because they thought of a way to do an RKO. Has he done that before out of the Attitude Adjuster or whatever? I don't know if he has.
No, I think that match was actually pretty good. It went long, though. Holy smokes. That was a really long match. They did a good job. I obviously wanted Orton to win, but we all knew John Cena was coming out with that victory.
Well, I actually picked Orton. It would have been fun if he won, I think.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Yeah, I don't think Cena's doing the best, and I think people would enjoy Orton just about as much, but whatever.
So Jeffrey Darcy says he lost his collection to Hurricane Katrina, baby. I don't know what I imagined. There were some good books, but wow, that sucks, man. He didn't.
Yeah, bro. I'm just like Benny, dude. Was there any way of salvaging anything? And when he told me like it was so brittle that it just mushed when you touch him, I was like,
Oh God, that just sucks. What would y'all rate Backlash? Let me see. I didn't hate the matches too badly, to be honest. It was all right.
Airmania?
No.
Not better than Mania, but Mania wasn't that good. But not better than Mania.
No,
I don't think Mania was that good.
I like Backlash as much as I could have liked pay-per-view, PLE, whatever we call them now, with 5 matches and no title changes.
That's okay with me. I don't think you have to have title match to be exciting.
I don't mind the no title changes. Sometimes I want the title holder to actually win.
Right.
You know, and keep it.
It could have been about 40 minutes quicker.
Yes, I agree with that. That last match went on for like a fucking hour. It was
well, and the commercials are killing me. 3 hours. 3 hours for a show that could have been 2 hours, let's be honest.
The women's match was okay. I didn't love it, didn't hate it, I guess.
Oh, Lyra Valedictorian or whatever.
Yeah, I find her weird. I don't like her feathery arm things. I think they're stupid.
Yeah, why does she have wings? Is she the is she fighting crime?
And she's like her introductions like Charlotte. It's like woo woo woo. It's like, are you Charlotte Flair? You know, like.
Yeah, but other than that, I guess it was okay. Becky Lynch is believable, I guess, as a wrestler. She's a pretty good wrestler. I don't understand why she's in it now exactly, I guess, but
was anybody surprised she did the job in that spot? I wasn't, because you could see it coming.
Actually, I thought Becky was gonna win that, to be honest.
There was no way she was winning because of all the backlash for her coming back and winning the title instantly. That 100% was the reason that they did that. They sat there and that's the whole reason why they lost the title like the next day, and she turned heel because she got all that backlash from everybody. Like, oh, she comes back at WrestleMania and just wins.
Yeah,
That's fine.
backlash.
Yeah, I don't get.
So
I don't
that's
get
why she lost
He said the thing.
You
But
said
you know
the
what's
thing that was
crazy,
in the title of the other thing.
Well, you know what's crazy though is that like I feel like they wanted that story to move slower than it did, and they put it together so quickly that it's just like did anyone really care whether who won and who didn't? No,
It wasn't a very important feeling night, was it? Like
No.
nothing. But I feel like we progressed some stories along the way.
Yeah,
we're in a weird. My wife pointed this out last night about John Cena. Because everyone knows it's the last time they're going to see him in their city. Nobody's booing this guy that's supposed to be this awful person. And nobody was there to boo Randy Orton, obviously, in his hometown. But it left the crowd feeling a little, we
Weird.
shouldn't be chanting like you deserve it to the heel.
Yeah, this is your guys' genius Triple H's fucking ideas, I guess, that everybody's so fucking proud of.
Go there.
But he can't the crowd to do that.
Terrible booking. Horrible ideas, by the way.
No, I wouldn't go with
That's
that.
trash. It's trash.
I'm going to make an argument
if you
for
let
the
me
opposite.
explain why I wouldn't go ahead and say that. The
victim.
reason is that because the reason that you can't control the crowd, you can try, but like they know he's done. They're not going to all boo him just because they'll boo him in certain cases.
Exactly. He's on a fucking retirement march and everybody's yaying the fucking hill. You guys get it together, guys.
But it's also
get it together.
Another reason why they cheer him for becoming heel is because they've wanted him to become heel.
He's got a point, Chris.
You got to face the fucking reality of it.
All right, but there's also other points that can come across as well, which is like this is why it's not like it's all Triple H's fault that this is happening. Like the fans have wanted him to go heel. He finally did, and now they're not going to boo him because they like him being an asshole.
No, it can't be. When it's fucked up, it ain't Triple H's fault. No, but
So
we're good.
Isn't it The Rock? Wait a sec. Isn't it The Rock's fault? Isn't The Rock the final?
Go ahead,
Can we also blame Vince for never
Rock-
agreeing heel for
Rock
people
is
share
part of the
because you can
fault,
do
but-
that too.
My biggest issue here is the one thing I think you're short-sighted on, Biggie, is that part of this is Triple H's fault, absolutely, but it's not in a way you're thinking. It's because they've elevated so many people to star level. What do you do when all of your show is guys that are over with the audience? At some point, you're going to have booking decisions that put two guys that are over or guys in mixed match positions. You know what I mean? You just,
dude.
This is the result of having guys that are ridiculously over with the crowd.
This has been 2 WrestleManias in a row where they're not sure if they can pull Hill or fucking Baby. Like it's just plain and simple, dude. Like The Rock couldn't do it right. Now Cena can't do it right.
I admit you're right in that this feels like they're on a slide.
Okay.
I mean, I would say like this: if you wanted it to be organic and you wanted it to be them to boo him, then maybe they should have turned him heel before. Like, not saying turn him heel in part of his career. And if you're gonna blame someone for that, blame McMahon because McMahon kept them babyface for all that time.
Oh my God, you're blaming McMahon again?
Why not?
I'm not.
I mean, if we're throwing blame around,
I'm not fucking with you today, Doug.
If we're throwing blame around, just to throw it around, why not blame the guy who refused to turn him heel?
That's my whole point. It's like Triple H is an extension of McMahon, so why are we glorifying this fucker in the first place? Like it'll always go back to Vince when it's Triple H's fault. Always.
It's not his fault though. Like when you have a guy
you can't glorify Vince when Triple H is right, right?
I'll disagree with you on this, Chris.
His career
You
spans
can't
such a
put your
long
name
time.
as executive producer and not. That means everything that happens on this show, good or bad, is going to your name.
No, I understand that, and I'm not saying that, but I'm saying in general, it's just like his career. Like you can't, like you said, you can't be short-sighted and like, well, I mean, this is clearly all this guy's fault. No, it's not. Like you knew that this was going to happen. Everybody, and it's just like all you can do is try to control it as best you can. He'll sit there and make fun of the crowd. They still cheer him because they've wanted him to be a heel for the last 15 years. Whose decision was it to keep him babyface because he was doing all that Make-A-Wish shit and they didn't want to confuse people? That was Vince. And now when he finally does agree to turn heel for his last run, they're cheering him. That's not anybody's fault, but people that came before. You can blame Triple H if you want to. That's fine. But you don't pretend like none of that existed, and it's all just was. Oh, this one guy had a bad fucking idea, and that's just it. It's not his fault. I don't even really like Triple H, but I will say that it's not his fault.
I'm
Like
so
people are
glad
gonna do
that
what
I
they
made
want to
it
do.
for the wrestling talk. Like I made it in time for the wrestling talk.
Yo, TM, dude, Dr. Green Thumb, how it doing, bro? My boy TM, he's gonna be doing plants and shit. Check out my guy TM when he gets his new channel going.
You doing a plant channel?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be doing a plant channel, a vegetable channel.
Botany with TM Nerdy.
Yeah, man.
What I did find interesting was the one statement that the announcer made when he was in the four-way match where he was like, and this guy hasn't seen this guy since he got his belt taken away at WrestleMania number 40 and blah, blah, blah. It sort of felt like long-term storytelling, even though it was shitty. I was like, okay, at least they mentioned it. That this guy has beef with this guy, and that's why it's important for him to be there. But
Yeah, no, but I mean the whole like there's a lot of stuff that they're trying to do. Like you have Jeff Cobb now who's on Solo's side, which seems like he's there to, kind of keep Jacob Fatu in check or make him feel uneasy now because he has another big guy that looks like a monster that you can't just be talking to Solo however you want now because they're just like, I'm gonna tell Jeff. That's pretty much what it is. I'm gonna get Jeff to get you, and it's funny too because like he's what? He's Filipino.
Jeff, I'm going to get
he's not Filipino. He's not Samoan or anything having to do with the NOI. He looks the pot so like, here you go. Like, yeah, he's an honorary leash, basically. Yeah.
But he looks like Bill DeMott and Rhino had a kid.
He does, dude.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
He looks like Rhino.
Yeah. He, honestly, I was confused when I first saw him. I was like, oh, like Rhino, looks different. And then, but that's basically like, what his look is. He looks just like Rhino. But I mean, and the thing is, I think it's going to take a little, like, I know the reaction happened because he was on, but I think it's going to take a little while for people to get to know who he is. Because I mean, mainstream WWE fans don't know who Jeff Cobb is. He's been in Japan the last few years and worked the indies.
But overall, what did everyone think of Backlash? Just overall, give it
I tried to. I think it's fucking. I like seeing my boy Randy Orton get some action, and I was happy with that. But it was about as good as Mania. It might have been a little better actually. I don't know.
We got a lot of sevens. We got 7 so far from Papa. We got a 7.1 from Beckerman. I'd say it was mid. I would say it was about 6.5, 7. Yeah.
I almost went 6.8, but I was afraid Papa would attack me, so I didn't realize that would be so close.
No, it was
literally
like,
that was the metric. Like he bullied an extra 0.3 out of me.
Wow.
It just basically was your standard move stuff forward type thing and hope that people enjoy it. Like I don't know, it's like did you have to watch this show? No, there was no real stakes in it. But I mean, the thing I will say is that I think they gave the finish that they had, where it was a dirty finish for Cena to win, against Randy, does give Randy another chance to be like, look, no, I want to fight you again straight up. You versus me. Let's do this. And the funniest part about that is if Cena's run, when it comes to an end, is going to end in Boston. So
Papa has something to say.
Yeah, Bleak, Papa wanted to say something.
Absolutely. What you got, Papa?
You're muted, Pop.
Okay.
R.I.P. Sabu. He passed at 60.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, that sucks.
It happened a little earlier today.
I have not heard this.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, my sister said something about it earlier.
Well, I don't talk to your sister as much as
No, I know. That's how I find out. She's like, oh, no.
What the fuck, Becker? I don't talk to your sister.
Yeah, she's not. She doesn't have a long reach of reporting. She just kind of yelled at her phone real quick. And I was like, oh,
Yeah, that was a rough one right there, boy.
That's
Well, Sabu, that guy, man, what an innovator, dude. But honestly, like some guys you look at, you're like, how'd they make it to 60?
Yeah, Sabu definitely. How did that guy make it to 60?
Yeah, man, good for him, man. I love the guy. I wish he could have made it to 100, man. That guy was awesome.
Yeah, it's surprisingly that he didn't have to be in a wheelchair early on, just because he
Yeah.
was just doing things that were just super dangerous for everybody. But
Yeah, nerdy. I'm guessing you didn't watch wrestling at all. You're not into wrestling.
No, we were hanging out last night. Me and TM had a good time. We watched UFC. I don't know if he saw wrestling, but we were watching UFC together. You see any of the wrestling, TM?
No, I
None
was
of it
watching.
at all. You got to hear people like talk it though while it was going on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got like a radio broadcast.
What did you think? Did it make you want to watch wrestling at all, TM? Now you're like, man, maybe I'll get into this one day.
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, all right.
Brad, did you watch wrestling last night? Brad's busy.
I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, Brad's busy building right now.
He's
so
building things.
No. Biggie Shaq, you thought? What did you think again? What do you think overall?
I think it was about as good as Mania. Mania was disappointing to me. I don't care about this. I think that in retrospect, the Cena heel turn will be better than what it is in real life. Like, I think it'll be something we could look back on and be like, it was pretty good, but it's not as good as it could be. I think they messed. They thought The Rock could be a baby face. They fucked that up. They thought Cena could be. We all thought Cena had a little talent. Is that the fans' fault for wanting to turn heel? No, it's not our fault for us thinking he could do something that he can't fucking do well. He just can't fucking do it well.
No, it's not that
He
he
ain't
can't do
doing
it
as
well.
good as
Fans
other people can do
hijacked
it.
it. Like, if people wanted, think of it this way, right? How many people booed the NWO in the very beginning? Not many. People loved
Bullshit.
it.
What are you talking about? It was instant
Exactly what I
heat.
said.
Fire.
Not when
I'm talking about when Hogan turned, not when the Scott
Yes,
Hall and
no, I
Kevin Nash
understand.
did.
No, I'm saying like when they came out as the NWO, like so you had the Bash at the Beach thing, right? And then people throw in stuff. Okay, fine. The next couple of nights when they actually became the NWO, because that's when he did the storyline. Like this is not the formation specifically, but when they were the actual act and it was just them three running around beating people would go crazy. They loved it. They cheered them. They cheered them beating up all the WCW guys over and over again.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. It's just like because nobody had seen Hogan go heel.
You didn't really need
all of a
to
sudden
do it
it was
every
the
night.
initial shock of it, but then people cheered it. It's not. That's the thing. If that's what people want to see, that's why he's getting cheered. It's not because he can't do it well. Like he's doing great as a heel. The shit he's saying is amazing. It's just the fact that people just
He's
wanted
doing
this
right.
for all this time,
Yeah.
and now they're getting it. They're gonna cheer him. That's
I'm
just the way it is.
Did you expect it to be better than this, or this is what you expected, Chris? Just tell me that.
I think that as far as his promos have been very good. I didn't think that. I think athletically he's not as. He's
So you're
not as-
you're happy with the turnout of it.
His promos are good. What he's saying is amazing. The
It's
fact that
working
he's sitting
for
there
you.
saying,
Okay, it's working for you then.
the fact that he came across and he basically told the fans like I've been in an abusive relationship from you this whole time. Like you guys did all this like it was perfect how he turned everything on. And then he still continues to do shit that's pretty crazy. Like he had his music on. He's like, cut my music off. You don't get music. Like he's being a complete asshole.
No, he's a
And
great.
people just love the fact that he's being a dickhead. Like you can't get
He's
mad
good
at
at promos.
mad
It's
at
just there's
that.
nothing. They've botched the story. That's the only problem with it, is that they botched the story.
Yeah, and that was more the creative part of things. That
I
wasn't
don't,
his.
I
That
don't
was,
care.
you know,
I don't care about this run that Cena's on. I'm happy that he's the 700th world time champion of all time.
I'm fine
whatever.
with that too. Like I don't,
But-
I didn't need him to do this, but
I just don't care about it. It just doesn't. It's like they're pushing something that I don't give a shit about, and whatever. That's fine.
And maybe that's what they're hoping is that maybe people will get angry at it just because look, there's other things you could be doing. Like this isn't, but it's not working that way. People are loving the fact that he's just coming out and being a dickhead, and then just going ahead and going and just look at it this way.
Heels are
When
in
he was
style.
invincible.
Heels are in
when he was-
style. They keep booing Dom like crazy. They love it.
I'm gonna tell you this, Chris. Don't be surprised if he don't turn babyface within the next 6
Oh,
weeks.
he will.
okay.
I bet he
Okay.
will, just to kind of get people to come back. Just because, at this point, if you being a bad guy doesn't work, and you know what's gonna happen, he'll turn babyface and they'll boo his ass because they're like, oh, so the fun's over now. he's back to being like, hard work and hustle, and that's what you got to do. No, nobody wants that shit. It's like the people want to see him be a dickhead, and now he's giving them that, and they love it. But that's why I say, like, you can't blame Cena for that. That's the fans going ahead and hijacking it for what they want. Like so, if anything, blame the crowd for it not working the way you want it to, because that's who's fucking it up, not Cena. Cena's doing everything he can to make that work, and the people are just cheering him for it. That's how that goes, unfortunately.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out. I know I've seen Sabu wrestle, and I'm going through different.
On the porch.
This is the one thing we've really lost with now when you go to stuff like when I first started going to wrestling and stuff as a kid, like as a teenager, because my mom would have never paid for it. I had to use my own money. They used to give you a program you could at least buy. And now in the modern era, I have to like look the shows up, and they don't even let me have a ticket stub anymore. I mean, I have a shoebox full of every ticket of anything I've been to, but now most of it dies on my phone. This sucks. Like, I miss programs. I miss ticket stubs. You had a way to remember like where you were and what you saw. I used to even write notes in the programs, like who won and what.
People actually post those on Facebook. Like I see people that post old shows from like WWF and WCW, and like and they'll write the results down. This one won by and it's just kind of crazy how that is something that people don't consider anymore as something that is good for the fans to have that memory.
Biggie WWE product is shitty to you, but bring Hulk Hogan back and OMG, it's amazing to you.
Oh! Come on, Pop.
Because Hulk is awesome.
That is true.
Well, but I don't know. I felt like a lot of what Big had to say. Biggie, you're muted, by the way. I don't know if you know that. I don't know. I thought some of it was fair criticism. I think he's a little harder on Triple H than I am, but
yeah, I mean, the criticism is fine, but look at it through the whole picture. Like, you can't just assign blame to just one person. Like, oh, this is all your fault. Oh, this is why. No. Like, there's a bunch more to it than that. There's a bit much bigger picture.
It's a whole mix of TKO. It's a whole mix of Hunter.
Yeah, TKO really screwed that.
I gotta bounce and go film a Hucklebuck. If there's room at the inn, I'll come back. Otherwise,
there will be.
Arrivederci.
Nice to see you, Mike.
Cheers.
TKO. They have a very different priority than what I think WWE initially would have thought. But I saw that book. I was actually surprised. Like, they actually have a comic book.
Ryan Riley asked, so here's the one wrestling.
Yeah, Ryan Riley was asking, so.
I don't know if they even make any other wrestling comics.
Yes, they do. I have some upstairs.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch.
I remember. What did it? AWA Upshot came out with one, or was it Aftershock came out with one like in 2021? I forget the name of it, but it was really good.
Yeah, no, I got a few laying around that I could probably grab. Most of them are put away, but I think I have a couple that are easy enough to grab. This room full of comics.
I think I got the first WWF comic book. Actually, it's a magazine called Battle Mania.
I remember that.
Kevin, are you a wrestling guy too?
Nah. The last time I watched wrestling was when I went to see it live in 1990, 91.
91, but you saw it live though, so you must have been a fan at one point.
Oh yeah, it was a Hulk Hogan. It was big. Macon Coliseum. They did a Desert Storm special, so it was. I even read over the thing. I watched them put out the empty seats next to the ring, and then in the next fight, Hulk Hogan got beat down with an empty chair.
Because I didn't kneel it because he didn't see the payment.
Woo! I met him at a bar. He was sitting at the bar when I first saw him, and he was primping his hair in the mirror, and I was like, "Oh, that's perfect."
I have Kevin Nash #1 signed by Kevin Nash. I just don't know exactly where it is at the moment. But there's #2.
So I was like, I'm gonna ask
And then
you.
I got this from Cali Comics. He sent this to me as part of an AMK.
Oh yeah.
That guy's a weird one.
Oh,
Kevin Comics, weird guy.
So Sting is the Crow, basically.
Basically, yeah.
The Crow character going for a while.
Sent it to you yesterday, and you know, like 2 weeks ago, I told him, I was like, okay. And then
So that's the only wrestling comics that I have just laying around, just close to me. But
the cops came around. I was like, look, dude, I can't wait. And if you don't want, if you don't send the payment, then I'm gonna have to pay that.
Does somebody have a radio on or
yeah,
something?
I'm wondering too.
Got the
I
Hulkamania.
think it's just Frosty and Chris. His family's talking. That's all.
Yeah, no, that's just talking to my mother.
Oh, we got the Hulk.
I
Little Hulkster action. Nice.
I'll probably open the Superstars. Set them up together. Have old Hulk fight young Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Razor Ramon gave him that idea for the Crow. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Wow.
So I got this original art from this dude.
Oh wow.
Oh shit.
Wanted to do Macho Man as Wolverine.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah. And then I have more, but this one I had right next to me. So I have this signed by Joe Gisco.
Oh my God. Jeffrey Darcy says last event he attended was Flair and Junkyard outside of New Orleans. I think it was 1998. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like God, so many things.
Brian Riley says he tried to put us all on the spot, but we always come through. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, no, there's a bunch. Like, I mean, there's a bunch of good wrestling books out there.
I actually have the Ultimate Warrior comic books as well. I don't know which box exactly they're in. They're around. They're pretty close. I just don't want to go searching through boxes at the moment.
Yeah. I have other ones.
The Ultimate Warrior did a set of comics called Warrior. And they're ridiculous. They're awesome though, but they're ridiculous. Man.
Did
Terrible.
you watch the Netflix show Warrior?
Not yet.
No.
Really amazing, great show.
Oh, I got a show.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one yet. Is that?
It's really, really good. They think they have 3 seasons and that's it.
Yeah.
They left it open at the end too, but it's rock'em sock'em. I mean, people getting it's San Francisco. It's based on the writings of Bruce Lee, who had a story that he wanted to do, and so they ran with this thing, and it's basically the Chinese coming into San Francisco, having conflict with the Irish that are there because their labor was cheaper, and all the problems between them, and the beginning of Chinatown and the politics and what have you of it and stuff. But it's blood and martial arts that are absolutely unbelievable. But I mean, death is real, and I mean, my God, if you get a chance, Susan and I watched the whole thing, and we were, as we were getting along, because we would watch maybe 1 or 2 a night. We didn't want to go any longer than that. You didn't want to binge it, but it was well acted. They left a lot of loose ends, and I asked the Oracle of all knowledge, the internet, whether it would be coming back. The answer is no. They don't figure it's going to come back.
That's because you didn't ask the real Oracle, TM. You got to ask TM if the show's coming back.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you.
Yeah, if you would have talked to me about the show maybe like 2 months ago, like it would be coming back because I work for all of the industries.
He gets shows that come back, Steven. I don't know how it is, but he gets shows to come back.
Have you seen this show? Because if you haven't, we need another season, and can you get out there and promote it? Actually, I like there was a bunch of shows that happened to that used to be HBO shows. One of them was actually really, really good. Was Rome. They only got 2 seasons out of Rome because they said it was way too expensive to make.
You can tell like that they rushed Rome so much. You can just see they were like, "Oh, well, this is it. This is the last season."
At the time, it made sense for them because like we had to build everything. Like so, it wasn't like they could use a location. Like, all right, this is perfect. Like they had to build all the sets and everything. So that's what killed them on that. But then they started using that to do some different shows. Like there was another show about New Orleans called Treme, and like way too expensive. I'm like, wait a minute.
Is there a 4-2 come out, K-pop? Is there a 4-2 come out?
It's possible 4 might come out.
I mean, is there a 4 somewhere that hasn't come out, or are you saying that a 4 might be made?
Yeah, she was saying that like I guess it was originally 2 seasons, and then people pressured them to make a 3rd season. So maybe that pressure again can cause a 4th.
What was the name of the show again?
Okay.
Warrior.
Warrior.
Or Warriors.
But you got to get out there. All right, TM, you know the assignment. Get out there, tell people Warriors, Warriors, Warriors. Let's go.
Warriors.
And, you know, get that foot. So now, if it doesn't get made, we can just blame TM. Like TM.
That's basically what we're doing from now on.
Blame TM.
Yeah, if a show I doesn't like get another
Hashtag.
season, if a show I like doesn't get another season, I'm like, God dang it, TM, what were you doing? Where were you, man? Where were you on this one, bro?
Sit there and talk about Skeleton Crew for years straight, trying to get that on the damn TV again. But you couldn't do anything for Warrior.
You couldn't do anything for Carnival. Come on, TM. Where were you on that one, bro?
Man, Carnival was great.
Carnival was awesome, actually. I really loved Carnival.
I wonder too, like where some shows will sit there and have enough time to find themselves going, and then they kind of turn and then get bad. It's just like, oh man, like you couldn't have just stopped this when it was still good, and then put something else out there that was better, or like save one of these shows that was really good that just got taken off.
So it's on Max. So I have it. It's on Crave. So I'll definitely watch it.
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's on Netflix and Max.
Okay.
Will you shut up for a minute?
They go out into like the Wild West in like season 3, I think, or like maybe season 2. But yeah, that was pretty good.
I started watching a show like this called.
It had real good choreography.
I didn't finish Badlands, but it's sort of.
Badlands was great.
Was it good? Okay, I'll have to continue that.
Have you finished answering?
Yeah.
Has the question been answered?
Yes.
Good, because I don't know what that noise was they were making. That was weird.
We're gonna get into the next. Let's try and do some keys of the week, because you know how much I love the keys of the week around here. It's my favorite thing to make fun of.
I'm so glad that you made it for me.
All the people that do all that hard work getting that together, it's like it's my favorite thing to make fun of. This it's like, oh.
Can I guess one of the books that I think is going to be on here?
You sure can.
I am going to guess. I'm trying to look at see what's coming out. Oh, I already know. It's most definitely going to be Invincible Universe Battle Beast #1.
Ooh. All right, we'll check it out. We got the first one on the docket is Absolute Batman #8. Key facts: it's finally the first full introduction of Mr. Freeze. They've been doing this 3 weeks in a row. The key has been Mr. Freeze. So good luck on finding that key.
Ooh.
Betty and Veronica. All right. Spy Girls #1.
Yep.
What is the key? Oh, there's no key. It's got a synopsis, though. Let's check out the synopsis. Why is it on Keys of the Week if there's no key? Stupid Keys of the Week. Now packed with 30 pages of story content, including a brand new story introducing Medusa Doom.
Yeah, so first appearance.
Mad Dr. Doom's teenage daughter, Medusa Doom.
First appearance, just to say that.
That's
very weird.
Weird.
Yeah, I mean, they're talking. I mean, that'd be an easy one. First appearance of Medusa Doom. There you go.
There it is. That's all you had to say. That's all you had to say, guys. Just put it right up here where it's supposed to be. Key. Why is it a key? And then do your synopsis. It's not hard, guys. Come on. Somebody needs to hire a proper editor in this key collector. Detective Kaiju, 1 in 25. So I'm guessing this is the only reason this is hot and expensive. It's a 1 in 25, and it's got a very nice fanny on the cover. That is quite
a nice busty woman.
That is a definite thumper.
Yeah, this one's gonna be a bitch to get because it's on Whatnot.
Yeah, white hot cover artist Sveta Shubina. Wow. Brings her signature style to the Quested universe with her interpretation of Shauna from the pages of the fan favorite series Quested. Comes a noir comic of epic proportion. Detective Kaiju, the hard-boiled investigate. Hard-boiled? Weird.
That is not a hard-boiled looking woman, but go
right?
ahead.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying too.
All about.
I don't like. They really need a better writer and a better editor in this section.
I don't think it's them that's writing it. I think honestly, I think they just copy and paste what's in like the previews magazines or something
terrible.
like that.
This is
Bye,
terrible.
Chris. Have a good day with your mom.
Somebody needs to read a comic and then maybe make a synopsis. Okay, so but it is a nice cover though. That is a 1 in 25. It's looks like it's a Whatnot, probably exclusive. I'm gonna guess.
Mhm.
It is a beautiful cover. I do like. Obviously, it's quite pretty, quite attractive.
Yeah, the yellow
She
background.
borrowed
is really
Wonder
nice.
Woman's sword, obviously, or this whole thing with these swords that look like, I don't know what they look like, gigantic chisels. I mean, what in the anyway, it's a look.
It looks like a Buster sword from like Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Everybody carries them at conventions now. They sell them like they sell like hotcakes. Those things.
That's crazy.
Put it right up there with the Pogs.
So this is Energon Universe Special number 1. Doesn't actually say why it's a key yet. Doesn't give me that information because
That's gonna be big.
Yeah, I
A lot
think
of
it's the.
people love that.
I think it's the first Energon Universe title.
Interesting.
Because before that they had Void Rivals, right? So
Yeah, probably from that company though. There's been Energon before, but it's just from them, I would guess, maybe.
This is the first crossover, I believe, with all the titles together.
So as you can see,
I think they're doing Mask on and with GI Joe too. So yeah.
as you can hear with all of us talking, you've got to go up and buy this amazing key right now because we all know so much about it. Sounds like it's going to be the most important key of all time.
Clamoring.
Amazing.
it's gonna make the top 10 list
every week for the
$4,
next 2 weeks.
huh? Great.
A special new printing of Energon Universe Free Comic Book Day 2025 special. Interesting. With the biggest names in comics, 3 all-new stories from the Energon Universe featuring G.I. Joe, Transformers, and Void Rivals. A perfect jumping on point for new readers and a can't miss for long-time fans. It sounds like this is a bust.
So they have stories.
the writers on it.
There's Kirkman and I forget the other one.
This sounds like a bust, man. To be honest.
It's in my
Is Dan Morris still on it?
Says Joshua Williamson, Daniel Warren Johnson, and Robert Kirkman.
Oh, dude, Joshua Williamson. Yes, sir.
Daniel Warren Johnson, cover artist Lee Loafbridge, maybe. Yeah, Daniel Warren Johnson, Robert Kirkman,
There's a bunch of variants. So I'm sure
Andrea
that-
Milena is an artist. Mark
Yeah.
Spicer.
But it sounds like it's basically like they just put stories that are. So I guess these books already exist, but they're just putting this all in one thing.
Yeah, this is like the Free Comic Book Day, but it's got 3 new stories in it.
Yeah, because for a while it was like they were doing the GI Joe books, they were doing the Transformers, and then they were doing Void Rivals. Now they're bringing all of those universes together into the Energon universe.
I swear this was on here last week. Is this on here again? Exquisite Corpses #1. Every 5 years on Halloween, the wealthiest family. I actually really think this.
I think this was on 2 weeks ago. I think it was like upcoming key.
Yeah, I want this, to be honest. This looks pretty cool. I don't know about the keys as far as key value or anything like that goes. I think it's stupid. But the story, it sounds really cool.
Yeah.
12 of the deadliest people in the world are dropped into a small town with just one goal. The last killer standing wins. I think that you had me. You got me. So Exquisite Corpses, I might actually go try and find that book.
Yeah, there's a lot of variants for that one.
Yeah, we should check out the variants probably since we're here. Holy shit! Holy crap!
Oh, dude, I like that one.
That is great.
Wow.
Okay, so there are some cool variants to this. What does the fox say? That's what a fox.
That's cool.
I like the rabbit head up top. That's my favorite so far.
Yeah.
I like that rabbit head. Looks stupid.
Boston Chris.
I don't like that one either. That one's gonna win. It's like smiling.
I don't like it.
This
I
one
guess
looks,
that's what's her name, isn't
looks
it?
like Jenny Frizen, to be honest.
Yeah.
She's hit or miss.
If I was gonna say that's probably a Frizen cover.
Mm-hmm.
Non-key. Okay, that's just.
But yeah, they always consider them non-keys.
Oh,
Got a
what's that
blank.
one? No one's
Scotty Young. I don't know.
This one, I like the one coming up next.
That one's
This-
cool. I like
this-
that one.
This one's it's pretty cool.
That looks like a John Jang.
I don't like it.
I don't like it. It sucks.
Is that a John Jang? Let's
Looks like a pink thing.
I like this quite a bit, actually. I think that
That
looks.
was nice. Ricky with 2
That's
miles.
okay.
Yeah, I think that looks. It's a Scotty Young. Fucking really? I don't usually like Scotty Young. Very cool, Scotty.
Actually, our friend Beckerman was hanging out with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like friends with him.
I do like that quite a bit. Maybe I'll ask Beckerman to get me a copy of that. Beckerman! I need a copy of
I'm laughing he just showed up in the back.
That one looks more risque than the other one.
A little more risque.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't mind that. Like, I like that one better than the other one.
What the fuck are these? What does this have to do with speculation?
These are the variant covers.
These are variants.
These are limited to 350.
Yeah, that was limited.
Yeah, it's all Boston Chris's fault because he wanted to look at the variants.
I said there's a lot of variants. That's all I said. I didn't say anything past that.
I don't hate that. That's cool. Like, there's some
Yeah.
cool ones. There are some cool variants.
Reminds me if I hate Fairyland.
Bill.
A little bit, especially that Scotty Young variant.
This is that's a
video
movie.
game.
Yeah, or a video game, right? That's
What's that game called? The one with Keanu Reeves.
Oh, it's something. It's not Berserker, but
you're
not,
talking
it's,
about. I know what the game you're talking about is new, isn't it? It's like $20.99 or something like that.
It came out not too long ago.
Huh.
I never I wanted to get it, but I never did.
When you're done with this wonderful stuff, I FOMO'd on a spec from last week. I will show you that just arrived.
Cyberpunk, that's what it is. Cyberpunk.
So I love this. Obviously, colors are great. Yellow, pinks, purples, reds. I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's fun.
Yeah, that's pretty dope. Some of these are pretty just generic.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed in. I'm
Good
pretty
God, how many
disappointed in
covers
when
do they have?
28, in fact.
Yeah, I'm
Good
pretty-
God, why?
For a book that don't mean shit. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
For a book that don't mean shit, I would say that is the technical comic book term for this.
That is absolutely correct.
Have a way with words, Stepper. You know.
As usual, Biggie nails it with his way of with words.
Boom.
I am interested in the story though, so I will be picking this book up.
Yeah.
That's the reason I went through the.
I don't know. Image is kind of borderline going like the Dynamite route with the amount of freaking covers.
Fantastic Four number 5.
Oh
So
yeah, baby.
This is a facsimile reprint of the Fantastic Four number 5, first appearance of Doctor Doom. So this is coming out, I'm guessing, this week.
Yeah, I'm getting the foil and the regular copy, I believe.
Is Doctor Doom coming to the movies? Like, is he?
I don't even think Doctor Doom's
Not yet.
2
Not yet,
years.
but
It's
he'll
2
be in it,
years
though.
away.
2 years.
Wow. Who's playing Doctor Doom?
Robert
Downey
Downey.
Jr.
TM knows. He's just pulling.
I
you.
know you're trolling.
He's just trolling you.
I bet you there's something about him in the end credit scene in the Fantastic Four
You're
movie.
testing me. You're testing me.
Godzilla's making his rounds still, folks.
Yep, he's going to all the cities and blowing them up.
Godzilla versus the X-Men number 1.
Zira.
One of the 6 one-shots that pits Godzilla against Marvel's heroes. So these are all one-shots, apparently.
Okay. Yeah, because they had X-Men versus Godzilla versus Avengers and
Spider-Man, I think.
Yeah, he just beat up the Justice League too. I mean, Godzilla's everywhere right now.
Hulk, Fantastic Four, and Spider-Man so far, and they're not really that great.
Yeah, those ones right there, that cover there, those ones are getting me though. I really like those ones.
If I was gonna buy
Spider-Man,
if I was gonna buy strictly on cover, I'd buy all of these poster covers where it's like a fight cover, fight poster.
Yeah, they remind me of the Civil War II covers.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yes. Yep, the Mike Cho ones. Yep.
None of these other covers are really doing it for me, to be honest. Like, I don't find this to be, oh my god, I need this. Oh my god.
It may look better foil, like, cause that is the foil variant, so it may look better in the foil variant, but who knows?
Maybe. I guess that's sort of cool. Like, it's all right.
Yeah, no, the fight posters present well.
I don't know why. It just reminds me of like Krang from.
Who wins though, guys? Godzilla or the X-Men?
I mean, I don't think that Halo Impact is really going to do too much for Wolverine. Godzilla.
If Godzilla really gets angry and lights up his back and lets go, they're gone.
Yeah.
From what I understand, it's
Oh, he
the
can step on them
contract
all.
people that own Godzilla is that Godzilla cannot lose.
Hi.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Doomsday thing. You're right.
He's sort of Godzilla, right? So Godzilla, here there be aliens.
I don't know. I just think of like, Phoenix and Professor X kind of being able to do shit.
Get in his head.
Yeah, something.
This one has less variants, but there's more Godzilla. Here there be aliens, number 1. There's only a few.
IDW.
There's only a few variants for this. So Godzilla's making his way not only through Marvel, he's making his way everywhere, I guess.
Well, I think IDW actually has like the license for it, but like everybody, like right now, it's just big Godzilla. Like, cause he was just in DC.
Yeah,
so
he's
everywhere.
Toho or whoever owns it. I think it's Toho or whatever. He's like just licensing him out to everyone.
Yeah, so there's gonna be something else coming from him soon.
Which, okay, so it's apparently a conclusion to the Eisner-nominated Godzilla Here There Be Dragons trilogy, brought to us by veteran scribe Frank Thierry, Wolverine, Jughead the Hunger, and new series artist Angel Hernandez, Star Trek. Okay. I don't know, not interested personally, but if somebody is interested because they're big Godzilla collectors, I'm sure they'll be picking that up. Gwenpool. I like Gwenpool because
Oh, there you go, Biggie.
I like Spider-Gwen, but
Yeah, that's my girl.
here's some Gwenpool right there. She looks pretty awesome. Let's check out some variants for Mr. Biggie Shack, see if there's anything cool that he'd be interested in.
Delivery. I'm right back. Here I am.
Yeah, take your time, brother. You're good. These are the Gwenpool 1 variants.
Yeah, I don't know how many there are, but I'm aware of a few of them.
The one,
2100 is fire.
Yeah, I've seen that one. That one's good.
Yeah, that is fire, man. That's going to be $100 book right off the hop.
Yeah, it's going to be the first appearance of Gwen Stacy coming back from the dead, brother.
Oh, shit.
Telling her story.
There she is. There's the Gwen Stacy character. It's like a Wolverine mishmash.
Yeah, she's got the claws on her hands. That's cool.
It looks cool.
So she only has 1 spike rather than 2 like X-23, huh?
I love that one, dude. That's
that's the Tank Girl homage, eh? That's cool.
yeah, like ASM 300 kind of Tank Girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty
With
good.
the shark and as the bomb.
Yeah, fucking
Yeah.
Jeff's the fucking shark everywhere.
There's
Jesus.
a lot of hidden little tiny intricacies going there.
That's a really good one. That's a
Why
good.
does it say non-key beside it?
It does on when it's.
They do it with all the variances. They call them.
Okay.
I don't know why.
I don't hate this. I've always been a fan of the gravestone covers, so that's pretty cool. There it is, digging up the gravestone. But that's actually pretty cool. That actually, interesting.
I don't know. It's weird. They're acting like it's canon, but I mean, it's fucking Gwenpool. Like, it's not canon.
And, that one in black. That's cool.
Oh.
500.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be $500. Yeah.
No,
Geez.
500 copies.
Limited to 500. Yeah. Okay. So that's gonna be an expensive enchilada. That one. Beautiful. I like that cover, Biggie. I think your pick on cover for sure. I think this is probably
That's probably the best one. I don't know yet, but that's pretty good.
Jeff the Shark is in the gun.
I don't love Jeff the Shark, but I think it's awesome that he's in that gun. You're not wrong.
You know what I'm guessing, dude, is that there might be a one per that we're not getting privy to. I'm just
that's very plausible. You're probably right. So that's Gwenpool, number 1. Key facts: first appearance of Weapon X, Gwen Stacy with Weapon X abilities. Okay, interesting. Someone's getting a phone call.
Operators are on call right now. Please try later.
All right, try again.
Try again later, guys.
Call my insurance company on Grand Theft Auto. Sorry.
That's all right, buddy. Helverine 6, first full appearance of Hell Hulk. That's cool.
Ooh.
Helverine 6. That's actually pretty cool. If you like Hulk.
Wow.
Oh my god, that's gonna be like.
I got it. I'm touching my comic shop right now.
Right? This one's actually pretty cool.
Don't let them tell you they don't have it. That's a lie.
One. I got. That's the 2 I want.
Helverine.
Tell them you pull these books or else there's gonna be trouble.
Hell Hulk Smash. A new demon sets foot on Earth, and is Helverine even powerful enough to stop its rampage? So it's going to be the first appearance of Helverine versus Hell Hulk as well. That's interesting. Be forever the first appearance of the Hell Hulk and watch it smash its way into the Marvel Universe. Steven, you sound very impressed with the Hell Hulk.
All of this stuff is
Yeah, it's only got 2 variants. I'm really shocked. Out of all the things that get variants, this one only has 2. Interesting. Let's see what the variants are.
Probably because it's not a number 1.
1 in 10.
why do they always make the black and white is so expensive? I prefer color on the books mostly.
Me too, for the most part.
I'm just old fashioned, I guess.
And then you got this one. That's a cool cover, but I'm not being I'm not going out of my way to I need this cover. That's pretty cool. 2 variants for that, not terrible. And it is the first appearance of Hell Hulk. I think that's a neat little key. Might be something.
I like all Hulk first appearances. I'm sorry, I'm guilty.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Biggie. I'm with you. Same with what did I just get recently? The Spider Hulk and there's just interesting stuff, man.
I love them all.
Immortal Thor number 23. First appearance of Kemmer. Synopsis: God War. The All-Father has battled to the middle of the Endless City, and now he faced the beast at the center of the maze. Kemmer, who was a bull and hawk and serpent. Wow, there's a lot of things. Who was fire and the sword, now faced Thor Odinson, and perhaps neither would survive.
Perhaps neither would survive. Well, that I can answer that one.
I bet you Odin survived.
I think they both survive.
I think you might be onto something. This is the story of the immortal Thor and the god of violence. Okay.
Cool.
All right. Oh, hold on. We got to get TM's pickers in here. I've seen it. Battle Beast, Invincible Universe, Battle Beast number 1. The reason it's a key, it's his first ongoing series. The first appearance of Battle Beast happened a long time ago.
Yeah, in that issue, I forget what issue, like, it was an early issue, like in the
Yeah, I thought it was like 58 or 68 or 38 maybe. I don't know. I feel like there's an 8 in that number somewhere. But regardless, first ongoing Battle Beast. So, you know, it's much like getting a Wolverine 1, except Wolverine 1 at least has a key in it. I do like Battle Beast quite a bit as a character. I think he's a cool character.
I don't understand the character.
Battle Beast. He's the guy he fights Invincible. He's
oh, got it.
Yeah, he's like an invincible character, and I was just like, yeah, this one is coming out.
Yeah,
It's
another
coming out
Robert
ridiculous.
Kirkman.
Yeah,
I definitely would get the Blink because I want someone to draw something on it.
There's 22 freaking variants to this. 20.
I'm getting disappointed in Image right now because like they're walking the line of Dynamite right now.
Yeah.
Invincible is like you can get any issue from Volume 1, and it's like a $20-$30 book, dude. It's
Yeah,
stupid.
very
It's
expensive
stupid.
right now.
1 in 1,000. This is a really nice cover, but 1 in 1,000 is going to be fool me.
Oh yeah.
There are more covers than there is interior content.
There. You're not wrong.
Image.
They don't even have an image for the 1 in 2,000. That's coming
You have a
soon.
second print? Jesus Christ.
Let
Yeah,
Bob win. Look at this. Oh my God.
How like did they already? Oh, they must have like sold out pre-orders.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because like there's no way that like it's just coming out this upcoming week.
And these are the variants for the second print down here. Oh, this
And then
one.
now you're back to regular ones.
This is back to regular.
Well, look at
I
Marvel
don't hate this one. I like that one. That's a nice cover.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like I don't know why, but it reminds me of a He-Man cover or something.
Yeah, it's got a really cool. It's nice art. It looks, painted almost. I know it's not, but I like this too.
I guess Bobby's in the background. Is
Oh,
Bobby
okay,
back
Bobby. Let me get back there for a second, Bobby. When I'm doing this, I can't see what's going on. There we go. Bobby, you're back. There you go, buddy.
That was done by David Finch. That one. So it actually might be David Finch.
Somebody's microphone sounds terrible.
Bobby.
Bobby. Yeah, I like this cover quite a bit. I think that's cool. I don't know, this has a lot of covers for. There's your blank cover, Boston.
Yeah. I'm getting I'm getting a bunch of the blind bags. Like 3 of them. I got 3 of them for free coming to me.
Ooh, that was nice. Look at that. That's beauty.
Yeah.
So 3 blind bags, you don't know what cover they are, basically?
Yeah, they could be any of them.
I hope you get this one. Yeah, I hope you get this one because that's cool as hell.
Yeah.
Little homage.
Yeah. They have a few. There's one right below it too. The Thor 337 right below it.
Oh, nice.
That is a nice one. Store exclusive though.
This is.
Oh yeah, these are all store exclusives
This
now.
is a store exclusive. Beautiful. It looks very computery, but it is fine.
I'm waiting to like all of a sudden it comes up. It's like it says Aaron Rad Art and Comics.
Oh,
variant.
the bottom one is the blind bag one. So hey, you can see the one that you're gonna get. You're getting 3 of this bottom cover.
No, that's the bag over it. That's what the bag looks like, which sucks because the bag cover looks pretty good.
So this is the blind bag. Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're getting 3 of those.
I haven't seen a blind bag since Walking Dead.
Yeah, that's
well, it's the same creators, so
yeah,
that makes sense. That makes sense. It's cool. I don't know. Invincible. I'm upset I didn't get into it, but I'm glad I get to watch the cartoon.
yeah, that's why I'm not like. I know people have gone back and read the story, but I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait until the show's done, then go back and read the story because they're pretty. Like Robert Kirkman says, it's pretty accurate to the story in the book. They changed a few things, but not a lot.
We got Miles Morales, Spider-Man number 33. First appearance of Philomulus, demigod of Earth. First appearance of Pyra, demigoddess of water. And first appearance of Powerlift. So we got 3 first appearances.
Wow.
Yeah, Powerlift is a goddess of weight.
Should have ordered that one too.
Warcry leads to the heralds of Ares leads the new heralds of Ares into battle. Spider-Man's first task as Spider God and whatever.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah, battle to the death against Ananises, ancient enemies, Ares God of War, Hercules. Maybe. Okay, I like Hercules. I might actually pick that up.
Yeah.
Got 3 first appearances. That's pretty good. That's not bad. Let's check out the variants just because maybe I want a different cover than that first one. It's sort of shitty. The variants are also sort of shitty. Oh, that one's nice.
Brown.
Yeah, you never know which first appearance is going to pick up, you know?
Right.
Sucks.
I don't always... I'll pick them up if I collect the comic already, like I collect Miles Morales, so that's cool. One World Under Doom number 4. I hate the cover immensely already. I don't like the way it's drawn, maybe. I don't know.
Looks like Strange Academy.
Yeah, it does look like that. One World Under Doom main story arc part 4. Okay, so it's just part 4 of the story. If you're into the Doom War stuff, you'll be into that. Spider-Verse versus Venomverse number 1. Oh, so we got. There it is. That's pretty cool.
I like that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I like Spider-Man. I like Venom. We got a lot of first appearances. So we got first appearance of Yelio, a new symbiote. First appearance of Venomouse or Venomous.
That sounds good.
First appearance of Venomizer, aka Katie Power. Team Spider roster: Spider-Man, Spider Prowler, Spider Ham, Recluse, and Weapon 8.
Weapon
How much
8.
money do they think a kid has that if he's at a comic book store and a kid is trying to collect something and you've got they want you to start into that and the kid always wonders, do I pick the wrong cover? I don't know what. And these are not inexpensive. How are kids doing any of this stuff now? How can a kid even have anything even relatively cogent as far anyway?
First of all, I didn't know there was a Viking Venom, and now I need to go find all of the Viking Venom books.
Is this Spider-Verse versus Venomverse number 1? I feel like I gotta pull that one too now, damn it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of first appearances in it. Not bad. Okay, Supergirl number 1. I like the cover. It's clean.
You should see the other covers. There's
I'm sure they're very pretty. I'm sure.
No.
I don't like that cover.
There's some bad ones. I'm picking this up just because I like Supergirl. I think Matt likes comics.
I like that cover.
Yeah, that one's reminiscent of Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. I forget the artist's name that worked on that book.
I forgot now too because I forgot.
All right.
This one I love.
This. Yeah, I like
I like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's cute.
Feeding the bird, waiting for the bus.
Yeah, I think it's just I don't know. There's something cute about it, I guess.
Yeah.
It's almost like Biggie's.
I like Art
vaguely something.
Well, it's like Biggie's Shack when he like Superman kind. It's like, why is she sitting down waiting for a bus when she can fly? It's like watching Superman swim in the water, right? It's just weird. It just doesn't seem to be natural. I don't know.
She's trying to help out public transportation.
I will say that Archer one, her face looks
the
weird.
one. Wait, go up real quick. There's one where she's like in rocks. Who did that? That's a good one.
I can check it for you right now, buddy. View details. Supergirl. Yada yada
No
yada.
additional information.
The cover artist Pablo Villalobos.
Lobos. I like Lobos. Yeah.
Lobos is
Yeah.
good.
That Archerm one though, it's her face looks odd to me.
I don't like Archerm. Archerm looks like he uses too much.
Also, I don't like that one either. It feels.
I don't like Archerm because Archerm don't read comics.
I said don't like. I didn't say hate.
She looks like a real person. Who did they base this face off of?
Right.
She looks like somebody.
That's based off someone. Though.
Yeah, for real.
It looks good. Is that reminds me of that one artist, Templeton? No,
It's. I can tell you who it is because I think I know who it is. It's Middleton.
Yeah, probably. But
that's what I meant to say, Middleton.
These to like follow up on what Steppo said, I think these kids are more spoiled than they've ever been because they got like grandparents and their parents.
I definitely want the blank. That's Zerdy.
Every day.
Hello, everybody. Zerdy. So see, Steppo.
One person. No, Bobby did.
We can combat the hate with the love too. Be like, we love Zerdy.
Man, hey, I'm looking so forward to the Supergirl movie because Lobo.
Yeah, this is limited to 1,000. Good luck getting that. That's a really
Well,
nice.
then there's a version of it down below, I think.
Yeah, limited to 1,000. Also limited to.
Are you gonna go after it, Steppo? I don't.
Probably.
I
I like Supergirl.
I love
That's
Zerdy.
Carla
too.
Cohen.
Zerdy's fantastic, and Supergirl.
That's beautiful. To me, that one
that's pretty.
really is beautiful.
Yeah.
Is that Carla Cohen? I don't know though. That might not be.
It does. It does look like Carla Cohen.
Which is it out there?
I'm working on it. Our is
Carla Cohen.
Carla Cohen.
She's getting so good.
Yeah, she is. Like,
Carrillo's been teaching her.
You got the black and white version of that. I don't like it as much. I prefer the color.
It's a foil.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a foil. That makes sense.
Yeah.
What issue of Supergirl is that? Number 1?
Number 1, yep.
Yeah, and that cover there, like the main one that we showed earlier and stuff, like that's beautiful too.
The Lobos is the 1 in 1,000.
Yeah, this has a 1 in 1,000. This is a virgin, I'm guessing, for the 1 in 1,000.
That Lobo stands out to me. That one just stood out from all the other ones.
Yeah, it's a foil version. It's a foil store exclusive. It looks like.
I like the one where she's got the puppy. I think is probably my favorite. I like the white puppy with the actual.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I do like that. That's beautiful.
Go.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
That's James Gunn's dog. That ain't Crypto.
I like it because she looks cute.
She's cute. And last but not least, we got Toxic Avenger pinup special.
I don't want that. He's going to the bathroom.
No key facts at all, but this cover actually looks hilarious. Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Actually, I think I need this in my life for some reason. This looks great.
I'm looking forward to the movie.
Oh, that's pretty good. What happened to Stepper? Did we run him off?
No, I think he's up there somewhere.
Don't see him.
And so we got a version of that one. If you're as a variant, there is a version of it. That's awesome. Actually, I like this. Quite
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Right.
Get back in here, Stepper. Where's your key?
My baby. Baby, say hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
All right. There you go.
Bye.
Hello.
No, we lost a Steppo. We lost.
We did. Yeah. Back here, Stepper. I was looking forward to that key.
Why? It was the wrong kind of fanny. He's like, I'm not looking for that kind of fanny.
Yeah.
He probably went to go buy that book. He's like,
Yeah, he's like Supergirl 1.
I gotta get this right now.
Yeah, getting that 1 in 3,000.
Uh,
1,000. Like that's something, man. But like, imagine putting your shop on the hook for that. Like, all right, so I want the 1 in 3,000. Like, you must order 3,000 of this stupid book. Are you serious?
It's so weird because that's exactly what you'd have to do. You have to order so many copies of a book to get this, and it's insane to get a 1 in 1,000. Like what?
Like 1 in 3,000.
What book can a shop order that they're going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to order 1,000 of this so you can get that cover? Like
No,
how much?
3,000. 3,000.
That's just crazy.
Insane.
It's just like, I mean, I might as well start giving these out as graduation gifts to the graduating high school classes. I'm not going to sell all these.
Right.
Like, what the hell is this? 3,000 of these, you say?
So that's keys of the week as usual. There's a couple of good, interesting ones. There's obviously comics. Anytime I look at new comics, there's always something I want to get. I don't buy a lot of new comics, but there's always something I want to get. But some of those keys look interesting. Most of them worthless, not even worth looking at, especially when it says keys of the week. I think it's silly.
Yeah, I ordered 2 of them. I got rid of the Wolverine 6 for the Spider-Verse Wet Venom because I like Stegman. It looked like a Stegman to me.
Stegman's awesome. Yeah, I do like
I think
Stegman.
probably the Energon is probably the biggest one of the week.
I don't get into the Transformer new ones because
I don't either, but so many people do.
I have to think about that. If somebody actually ordered that from a shop, I think that shop owner has the right to be like, you do realize you just put us out of business, right? To get you that one goddamn book. Like you realize that we're not around.
If somebody wants the 3,000, that 1 in 3, they got to pay for the 3,000 books I ordered.
Right. That's what my shop says. If you want that, you have to pay for all the ones to get it.
It's just like what'd you do with the money that you got from that 1 in 3,000? Oh, I built a wood burning stove so I can burn the rest of these books that I'm never gonna sell.
I can tell when my LCS wants a 1 in 100 cover because there will be 50 of that A cover show up in the dollar box a month later.
Yeah, it's just like, you know what? We bought a fire pit, and now we I laid it with that stuff. To me, that's just, I mean, everybody likes to have good stuff. Like I'm not getting on anybody for that. But just like, I mean, that's just, I mean, that's a commitment. Yeah, I want the 1 in 3,000. Well, he best not say then.
That'd have to be something like Midtown in New York or something. They might could sell.
I can see that. Like a big store like that, definitely, because they probably will have enough people to be like, yeah, we can just buy this as a thing, and if you want it, it's not that big of a deal. That's probably one of the only places that you can get it for not astronomically large amount of money, because they know that they're gonna have enough patronage to be like, yeah, like we can get you that 1 in 3,000. It'll be $50. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, local regular shops though, yeah, you're paying that'll be $350, please.
Mm-hmm.
See, I wish big publishers would understand the business of selling comics. Hey, they get it. They know what it is. They like, in the end of it all, it's just, they're gonna go ahead and put out that art, and I mean, there'll definitely be somebody that has it, because what's gonna happen. Like that first week, someone's gonna buy it, then take it online and be like, oh, I got the 1 in 3,000. You might actually get a good month out of it, and they'll pump it up and keep it high. What?
Plus, they do a lot of online sales.
I don't know, but they'll do that to pump it up so that they can go, and then it'll hit like Whatnot and then everything else. And then like somebody on Whatnot, I get this 1 in 3,000, it's a 9.8, and $2 million.
And they discount it to what they actually pay for it to get rid of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
those are good.
I think that I don't begrudge anybody for doing that, like having the variants and stuff like that, but I do think that it does kind of just make like you have to be a savvy buyer in that whole thing, where it's just like, and then there's nothing worse than buying a book that has
I had
that
to go buy the Carla Coens.
Yeah.
I knew it. I just bought the Carla Coens. There's a set of 3. You got the foil and the two different ones. It was $69 for all 3.
Nice. Well, see that that's not bad, but you realize that you probably put that shop out of business now because they had to buy 9,000 books.
No, it's the 6. It's the 6/6 group. The guys.
Yeah.
I don't know who they are, but they seem to. I don't know how they do it, but they'll put together sets of them, and you'll see the same books individually for like $50 or $60, and then
Yeah.
for $69 you get the foil and both versions.
Yeah.
And I think
Why
that
not?
Carla, I'm not usually a headshot type guy, but Carla Cohen's faces are just Poison Ivy and Batgirl. I have those, and they're just lovely. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
As
No,
the keys of
I just found that to be funny though. But I think that I was gonna say, like I was saying before, like I'm not against anybody who likes that type of stuff. I think that the people that get those for investments, you know, it's kind of a up and down thing where it's like, yeah, you know, he paid a bunch of money for this.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's not
This is
you
the whole
know,
value
and
kind of-
other ones will keep its value. It's like no, that's like that was it Adam Hughes I think it's what Legion book Supergirl the Legion, like that book sold thousands of dollars.
But as we go through the keys of the week, we often do the 20 hot books and 10 the hottest books of the week and all that. And we did that last week. And Seppo found himself again going to the computer.
Now,
What did you do?
The first Yelena Belova.
Oh yeah.
Okay, now I already had this one. I bought off of, and it was beans. It wasn't expensive at all, and I mean, very, very inexpensive. Can't remember. I might even have won this thing anyway. But I got this one. But then Biggie Shack and you guys were all going on and on about, oh, that's the one, that's the one. So I had to get this one.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Dynamic Forces.
And the interesting thing was that eBay, every single copy of this was more expensive. They only had one copy on my comic shop, and it was less expensive than all the rest of them. So I just went with this one. It's not a cheap book.
No, it's her first cover appearance plus arguably her first appearance. So, but technically she's on the cover of that as well. So
First
And
cover
Marvel-
too.
that makes it the one, really.
Yeah.
Marvel Knights is a great series. I like all the Marvel Knights books.
I got all these.
Marvel Knights Punisher was really good, actually.
And when I bought that, it was free comic book day still. And so I got all, they said for every $5 you spend, you get a free comic book day comic.
That's cool.
And so I have, you guys have already shown all your free comic book day books, haven't you?
Yes, they've been.
Well, I don't think we got them all. We might have got some we don't have.
Yeah.
Well, I went through I went for the 10 that they had, and that I will just tell you that book was $335. This one. And on eBay they're like $340, $350. One of them's $450, $500. I mean they're all over.
People are shooting the moon on it.
When I was looking it up, they weren't that high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in a slab 9.8,
No, I wasn't looking at 9.8. That's a good point.
Okay, because I mean, I just figure if on a spec for a modern book, you almost invariably you should go with a 9.8 because that way you're at the top. It's quantified, and if it's going to do good, it's going to do good. If it isn't going to do good, well, you'll do less good, but at the top of the scale. So, but this one, I was unaware of the three. That this one, the other one, I showed this to my friend Alan. And Alan said, well, I went with the B cover because it was less expensive. I said, okay, that's fine.
Well, you fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me, and now you
I
lose.
heard. I said you didn't watch the commentary because you started with the first one, then you went to the second. He says, yeah, but then all of you guys are saying, yeah, but the Dynamic Forces, okay, that's the one right there because you get her face.
Yeah.
You actually get her face on the cover, and you can't argue with that. My good friend Mark Oldroyd in England bought a book from Dynamic Forces, signed by Jack Kirby.
Oh my goodness!
And it was, it had the certificate, it was sealed and all that other stuff. So he sent it in to CGC to be slabbed, and it came back as not valid signature from Dynamic Forces.
Oh.
Oh.
Do you know why?
No.
Because at that point, Jack was trying to sign as many as he could, and he couldn't keep up, and he wasn't in good shape. So his wife Roz signed them. And so he has a Roz signed Jack Kirby cover, which does not qualify in, so it said in non-valid signature. and Dynamic Forces had a coupon, verified. So when you see Dynamic Forces, I know firsthand that there was a situation. So
wow,
that's not good to know.
Right.
Oh, we got some baby Jedis. God dang it all.
I haven't seen that one.
Okay, gargoyles.
I did see that one. I wasn't able to get that one, but yeah, Gargoyles Demona. Yeah.
So I got 10, and they had the Mark Spears, which I got.
Of course.
But then I said, well, I don't want any of this other dreck. I said, so I kept clicking the Mark Spears, to pick up my extra $5 each one,
Mm-hmm.
And their computer said, no, dude, you're not getting a bunch of Mark Spears. You can have one, but you ain't gonna get any more. So they're giving them away. I mean, it's nice, and so, but here's Street Fighter.
Cool.
Nice.
That has some first appearances. Yeah, it's nice.
There you go.
Hey, weren't we just talking about that?
Yeah.
There you go.
There it is.
That's the free comic book day one. That's nice.
Do 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 do.
Somehow Free Comic Book Days just finds you, even if you ain't looking for
Speed
them.
Racer. Go Speed Racer.
Yeah.
Don't love it, but that's
Oh,
just
hate
me.
Hey, lose my title. You're cutting into my space here. Thank you. That's enough of that crap. Non-Def Leppard, Hysteria.
Nice. Did he draw it with one hand?
It's his toes. Here's the one everyone's talking about, the worst Transformer ballpoint.
Yeah, that's bullshit too, because they've had ball pins before, but whatever. They can lie if they want.
No, this is first ever thought of in history.
Yeah.
Mr. Bob, Mr. Real James Willie in the house. How you doing, buddy? There's the Mark Spears monsters.
Yeah, got that one.
Okay, Alan.
Oh,
Nice.
there's the lemon tree. Except
Yeah, I've never seen that. You got the lemon tree. What the fuck?
Exclusive comic and teasers inside. Exclusive. Do you hear me?
That's a book.
I've seen that one.
Did Dr. Seuss write them? Are you sure?
He's still dead.
Yeah, as far as I can recall.
His
He's
museum
still
is in
fast.
Springfield.
Freaky Acres. Huh.
New,
That horse
new
looks
stories from
little
Dr.
too
Seuss.
right now.
That horse looks awfully bashful after what happened in this day. Okay.
Yeah, that horse.
This book took a turn.
Oh,
There you go. I got
I
that.
don't like Superman's face on that one. He
Yeah,
looks
I
like
don't like his face either, man. Everything else is
I
cool.
think this is my favorite Superman image of all time. I look at that face and I said, does that say Superman to me? No! It looks like Don Gardino got into the soup or something.
Oh, what are they doing?
Here is Diablo.
Diablo.
Do not make me say my name again. Why must I not do it? You must not ask.
I see, like Biggie said at the beginning, like there's probably stuff that we haven't seen. I haven't seen anybody.
I know, dude. There's a bunch of them I haven't seen. The lemon tree, the
Scotty Young action.
I don't know that one. What the
Is
hell?
that Scotty Young, Stephen, or is it somebody else?
From the
doesn't
New York
look like
Times
Scotty
best-selling author Jeffrey Brown.
Young. Okay.
Jeffrey Brown, you've got a lovely daughter. Okay, so I got all of these books for free, and to go with the
Yeah, you can just sell those and you get your money back.
Mm-hmm.
$335. $335 worth of free comic book day comics.
Nice.
So it's nice that they do that. I mean, they don't have to do that, but it's a nice thing that they do.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's nice. I think it definitely gets people out to the shops. I do wonder. I'd love to go around and ask shops how much it helps their sales through the year.
It's huge here. I know for a fact that they have like their best days because he'll have a sale on stuff A lot of time he'll have a sale going at the same time in the boxes. He'll also, sometimes he'll have a person, an artist come to sign stuff. And if he can get, like, if it's a free comic book day that has an artist that he can get to come, then he'll have them sign that too. You know, they'll have a lineup so you can get the free comic book day and go up and have it signed and stuff. So for him, it's a huge thing.
Yeah, I love.
Aaron, has anybody bought that yet?
Oh,
no.
Sold.
Nice. Yeah, I just created her yesterday. I was testing drawing live on an app on my phone, and I just made her up on the go.
Cool.
Fair enough. I'll take her.
I kind of mashed together a few characters. I thought like Lilith from Diablo, a little bit of the Sorceress from He-Man. Just kind of like a succubus type character.
A succubus?
Yeah.
Succubus.
Well, I grabbed a pile of books, Bleak. I'll show a couple.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, so this is my
Thanks,
favorite Kirby and Mr. Miracle cover.
Great cover.
I got a Black Widow Daredevil.
Nice.
Looking good. I got this from my friend Beckerman.
That's the, is that the Comic Todd exclusive?
Yep. Yeah, it's like $100 book, I think, or something.
Yeah, it's no joke.
Got that boy.
Oh, a little Dave Stevens action. Beautiful.
Yeah, I got a high grade, probably perfect Hydra Man.
Beautiful.
Such high hopes for that book, you know, before the movie, and then it came out, and it was sort of like, I don't know what happened.
There's a Joe Kubert #1 Blitzkrieg. And this will be the book on Collector Club. I'm glad I found my copy.
You're doing, this is for your book club?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Nice.
That's the book next week.
Who picked that book?
One guess.
TM Nerdy or Matt?
No. Way off.
Interesting. Who picked it?
Come
you
on,
did.
bro.
Really?
You.
Interesting.
D
picked it. Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He loves it.
Primer, nice.
Comic Code.
Not enough background.
Little Justice Traps to Guilty. Here's my second favorite Commandy with Jack Kirby photos.
That's cool.
Best part of the book. ASM40. And here is what I think is the first WWF comic book. Is this magazine right here, Battlemania.
That is awesome.
I'm pretty sure that's the one, yeah.
#1.
I'm almost positive.
And my Hulk Hogan J Hood.
That is so good, man.
Yeah.
Dude, that looks like a picture. It doesn't look like somebody drew that. It's amazing.
Yeah, this is the original art piece. Yeah.
Someone drew that. That's amazing.
That's great.
Yeah. And
Who did that art again? Who did that art? Sorry.
J Hood Creative. He works on like Star Wars and car. He does like real advertising. Like he's a real artist. Yeah.
Comic Bookworm. How you doing, buddy?
Oh yeah.
There's your 181.
That's it.
Beautiful, Biggie. Beautiful.
I have a Kirby cover I want to show you. An homage to Kirby, if I could.
Sure.
This one I got on Astonishing Auctions from Slabbed Addict. Have you seen this one?
That is cool. Kirby's on the bottom there.
Oh.
Silver Surfer looks awesome.
Yeah, you had Rat at Silver Surfer.
Yeah. And I like the silhouette of Kirby's head. is outer
Isn't that
space, and
interesting?
the cigarette is the Silver Surfer's trail.
When did
I like
that come out?
Yeah, the black cover.
This just came out. This is number 61 out of 80 by Jonathan Uribe. This is the C2E2 exclusive.
Oh, I gotta find that. That's amazing. Oh, there's only 80 copies. Ah,
Good luck.
But I had never seen that. And here is the tribute. Oh,
Sorry, Steve.
that's all right. So here's Skeletor meeting one of the turtles.
Nice.
awesome.
That's awesome artwork.
This one's brand new.
Oh,
They really put the fanny back at Fanny. There you go.
I hope Jared Leto don't look too skinny as Skeletor.
So how does it work? Like, she can't touch you, but can you touch her?
No.
We're gonna
No.
find out.
Don't find out.
I showed you that Turner German Panini book that I got, the blue cover with Supergirl when she first arrived. Jamie Tyndall did a couple with a limited to 40 each. He did a version of Supergirl.
Oh, that's a nice version of Supergirl.
Yeah, that's a
That's the
homage
Michael
to Turner. Michael Turner's.
And there was a blue one as well.
Wow, you gotta get. You can't let
I
it
like
just
that
be there
one.
by itself.
Isn't that pretty?
You got the original, don't you, Seppo?
And
Yeah.
that was limited to how many copies?
This one here
I
is
like-
40.
Wow.
I like seeing Michael Turner's influence live on.
That's
Well, I think that Jamie Tyndall is. I mean, his style is very reminiscent of Michael Turner.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember who did this one, but it's so cute.
We had all the cats. Wow.
And we talked about Carla Cohen.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Man, she does great faces.
Was it Zulu? Chrissy Zulu? Who did that last one?
Is it? I don't. Does it? It's not signed anywhere that I can see.
It might be Chrissy Zulu.
That might be her.
This reminds me of the J. Scott Campbell cover from La Mole or whatever it was.
Apex, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
And then I have one more, and it's another Carla Cohen.
Real rude. What's going on?
Yeah, that's great.
I like the makeup on her nose. Actually, I think that's good.
So I just wanted to show, but back to the top. I just wanted to show you this. When you said Kirby, I had never seen this one before, and I just went, "Oh my God!" A black cover. You got Galactus and the Silver Surfer with Jack in. I mean, it took a little bit to figure out how to do this one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? I think that's the like realistic photo in the back of FF48 or 49, maybe. Now that I looked at it a little while, I think I do recognize it now.
So anyway, that's just a little dividend. When you said Kirby, I flashed on this.
You know, we got. I figured I'd bust out a toy, even though I got to be very careful because the box is in dire straits. But,
Oh, wow.
Holy shit!
Right?
Awesome.
That's awesome, man.
Man.
So that's the Monstroid. It actually still spins. It still works. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they kind of like spin on the top. Yeah, I like those.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what I figured out about the G.I. Joe figures I thought were lost?
Yeah.
But there was a shit called Robo Joe. Oh, that's cool.
I'm sending this to Beckerman, actually. I'm gonna gift him some CM Punk, I think.
Oh, nice.
And I drew Beckerman a picture. Since he's not here, I can show it. So.
Oh,
Well,
Holy
I
shit.
think you would have shown it to him while he was here.
Dude, that's great. I
You
love
killed
that.
bro.
Yeah, so you got the
So you want it to be a surprise. I see.
yeah, you got the championship belt. And
Hey, why are you
Yeah.
greasing over my fucking manager, man? Back off.
I'm buttering them up. I'm buttering
All right.
up. All right.
Uh oh. He's gonna get him to switch sides. I see what's happening.
Nah, I just like
Well, baby, you didn't get me a picture of Speedball, and that was that whole kick. I'm gonna go ahead and go with
Takes him, then he sends him some speedball and some fucking toys, man. Shit.
that. You know, gotta do it. Yeah, no, it's fun. Who that's got another Young Avengers 1 Wizard World coming back. Oh my god.
There you go.
How many times? Who that sold this book 300 times already? I swear to God.
Yeah, the guy who he buys it from just keeps he has a warehouse and he keeps finding them. So he's like, yeah, I got another one of these.
I swear, who that gets it at like once a week.
That's why I can't find a damn thing because they're all Who Dat's area, man.
Who that's got them all. I did.
He bought and sold them.
Who Dat, well, besides the fact that I bought one off of Who Dat, I like the regular copy.
Me too. I
that,
do too.
That book has exponentially come down in price. Exponentially. Like I bought mine raw. It looks like it's probably a 9.8, 9.6. But that book was going for $1,000. It is now like I bought it for $40. I think you can buy them for $50.
Yep. That's one that Who Dat sold.
Give me 1 second while I get step. Well, yeah, I bought the same copy except mine's not signed and isn't a 9.8 at the moment, but it probably looks like it's a 9.8.
So this is David Nakayama, isn't it? No, Alan Heinberg.
Oh, Heinberger.
Alan Heinberg. What? You want to know what?
Yeah, but Who Dat? If you're looking for Young Avengers 1, just hit up Who Dat. He seems to have them all.
I like this better than the sketch cover that's rarer and stuff. I prefer the color. I just do.
I do as well, Steven. Personally, that's my personal favorite. I like the color on it, but yeah.
They covers seem to be what lasts too.
And I've always been a staunch believer in buy cover A. I get it nowadays with all the variants and with all the hype around different artists.
But it depends upon the variant. It
really
really does, because there are some variants, like for example that Turner variant. I mean, it's just a very rare, you know.
True. Yeah. You know, it's a little late to be telling y'all this, but Midtown Comics on Free Comic Book Day, you could order any of the Free Comic Book Day comics just for the price of postage. So for 10 bucks postage, you could get.
You're a little late to the party, Random.
I know it. They haven't shipped mine yet. I got 15 of them on the way.
I bought 2 of these from Who Dat.
Damn. One wasn't enough.
Well, I figure that has that, you know, it's a beautiful image and signed by Arthur Adams, so I just don't think there's not much of a downside. They were not horrifically expensive, but they weren't. I mean, they were not given away, but they were reasonable enough that, you know, sometimes you never know when you might want to have an extra copy.
Are they the same or are they different? Like you got one that's not signed or both signed?
No, both of them are identical. Same thing.
Okay.
Signed in the same spot, everything.
Interesting.
He says he used to be your guy for Bloodstone 1, but Bleecker bought my last extra. I'm like, yes, I did. And I got a 9.8 out of it. So.
I bought the Curiosity Lois Lane off Who Dat. Was the last book I got from him. So
I buy books not on a super regular basis from Who Dat, but definitely he's one of my guys that I buy books from for sure.
I bought him out of a whole bunch of stuff, and then I think he's still kind of replenishing, but episodically. I bought those Mike Plug copies from him that I have basically up here on my wall.
Yeah, you can.
The signed Mike Plug collection books.
You can do well from
there, Rad.
Oh, Rat's drawing a picture. It's now a commission for Steven.
Is it Sith?
It is a combination.
It gives me a Phoenix vibe for some reason.
Yeah.
It's the feathers, right?
Maybe the way her arms are, like kind of like the cover. Maybe I don't know.
I like the headdress a lot.
Uh huh.
Yeah, the way her legs are, I like that. Yeah, it's a very nice piece actually. Very nice piece.
One day I'll get my Nornrad. I'm waiting to figure out what I want. You know, like I don't want to.
I was just trying to be creative, like get my hand at fashion.
I think I have a rat up there. Oh.
Uh-oh. Something fell back?
Yeah, something fell
Oh
back.
fuck! You're bowing the shit out of it.
I know.
That's a
I sent out 3 AOKs yesterday too.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, man. I got him to do one commission, and that was that Nell one, the girl with the green hair. I got him to do that one, and then I'm gonna get him to do another Bleach character this summer. Bleach, yeah, that's what that girl. Remember that girl that you're trying to claim that piece, the girl.
Oh yes, that's yours.
Yeah, that character's from the anime Bleach.
Yeah.
Anime.
And you know, I thought it was crazy. It cost the exact same amount of money to ship that to TM, way off in the island in Canada, off Canada, and it cost the same amount to ship to Stepo.
Oh,
It should be that way.
well, it's probably the packaging was different.
It was the same packaging.
Same packaging. What the
But
hell?
Stepos did have an added book.
That don't
So
sound-
maybe that one little bit of weight.
The weight, I bet they always throw them on the scale, Aaron.
Yeah.
That's where
Bleach is all right,
they
but I'm-
catch you. They threw it on the scale.
Bleach is okay. I'm looking forward to the next series, the spin-off series they have called Ammonia. That's going to be the one.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious, Chris.
I'm waiting for Comet or Babbo, one or the other.
You don't want Mr. Milk to turn into mustard gas.
Now, what was it? What was the other one? Paul Olive. Paul Olive is going to be the one.
Dude,
Oh,
I
that's
guarantee
cool,
you
Kevin.
that there is probably
That's
an
the one
anime
sketch
called
cover I
Paul
got.
You know, I read that.
Izzy?
Yeah, Izzy did that for me. I won a giveaway from him. And
That's
he
good
said, I got an Immortal Thor cover. Who do you want on it? I'm like, well, not
I got-
Thor. How about Lady Sif?
Nice.
I got 2 Izzies I could show.
Is that Lady Sif?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
that's really nice. And
she was
Izzy,
made up.
I'm a big Lady Sif fan.
He does good work, man.
Izzy's?
Yeah.
Izzy, yeah.
Izzy. Yeah.
Who's Izzy?
He's got like 20,000 subscribers. Stepper, he's a big guy.
He's a New York guy.
New York,
I don't know.
New
I've
York
never even heard of him.
He's a rat king.
Izzy verse.
NYC.
He's a New York cat. He's all right. He does okay.
Where did I put it?
Apex says he's got a Young Avengers first series. He didn't realize the value until years later. Yeah. That book was going crazy during COVID. Avengers 1, I'm guessing, I know the Thunderbolts came down quite a bit, and then
Oh, yeah, dude. It should be going back up.
I
though.
bet you it's
Well,
back
they call it the
again.
new Avengers now, don't they? Not Thunderbolts?
I definitely think it's going to go back down.
Let's see what it's looking like. Let me check it out.
Yeah, I haven't checked in a minute because I went way down, and now I bet you it's back up again.
You could have got a
That's what
newsstand
makes the point.
Thunderbolts
It's
for
not
like.
Thunderbolts anymore. It's New Avengers.
Yeah, but it's still the
There's
first.
still Thunderbolts listed on the thing, but yeah, no, like they just kind
I
of.
was just looking at
to
a
get everybody ready for it.
like Stepo got. You could get a raw for it's still polyed with the certificate. The cheapest one I saw was 100. I didn't see any spine ticks, but I might. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Get one of them. Pretty great book.
I find it hard to buy modern books raw, because it depends on what I'm doing with them. It depends on if I'm doing it as an investment or something of that nature. I find that if somebody's putting their book up raw, like a really good book like that up raw, it's probably not the 9.8 that I'm looking for.
You don't think so?
I will tell you that this 6.6 outfit that I've gotten from, every one of the books I've gotten from those guys has been a 9.8.
Good.
Yeah,
I mean, if it isn't a 9.8, I can't see it as a 9.6.
Stepo. It's the shop's name is 616.
616. I'm sorry.
No,
Here's
I'm
my
old.
Izzy.
I'm old.
So the newsstand first Thunderbolts are still pretty cheap. You can get an 8.5 slab for $114. That used to be a raw newsstand was $300.
I like the first one you showed is amazing, dude. That is really good. There's something ghostly on it. Looks good.
Warlock is Izzy's favorite character, so
right.
When I won my commission, I asked him to do a Warlock because I knew it was his favorite, and I knew he'd do good because it's his favorite.
Yeah, that's
you
awesome.
can tell.
And I always liked Warlock, so I was okay with getting a Warlock.
Hulk 449, is that the Thunderbolt's first appearance?
It is, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Being nerdy. Yeah. Awesome, man.
That's awesome.
Love Pinky in the Brain.
And this is all from Izzy? Is this all stuff from here? Or is this
No, I did those.
You did these ones from the Between the Lines, right?
Yeah, those are from years ago.
Yeah, I don't know how that Thunderbolts newsstand hasn't caught up a little bit more because
I'm actually sort of surprised, to be honest.
I really am, dude. Like $100, a raw shitty copy went for $300 back in the day. Like, what is going on?
I'm still after a Silver Surfer number.
Yeah. Has the show dropped? The show has dropped, hasn't it?
The movie came out. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's
really good too. Yeah, it's really good. I'm curious.
You want to see it, Bleeker?
No, everybody that I've talked to has said it's amazing. From comic book people all the way to people that don't give a shit about comics. Everybody seems to.
Thunderbolts is good. I would say probably the two best movies out right now is Thunderbolts and Sinners. Sinners is actually really good.
I have to watch Sinners. I've only seen Thunderbolts.
Sinners has been talked about to no end, man. People love that movie. People are like, geez.
It's good.
I think it was
I saw it yesterday.
I need
when does Superman drop?
July.
In July.
22nd.
Oh, you guys know about the Silver Surfer dying coming up, right? Have y'all been hearing about that?
The death of the Silver Surfer, yeah.
I wonder why we haven't been seeing him on Bleeker's top 20 shit, you know?
I'm curious too. I'm actually
That is interesting.
When does that come out?
Because death is never real in Marvel.
I think Fantastic Four comes out the 22nd of July, and Superman comes out the 11th, and then I think Jurassic World comes out July 3rd.
Apex, if you find an extra number 3, just let me know. That's the one I'm after. I'm not after a lot of Silver Surfer stuff, but number 3 I am absolutely after.
And also, nobody probably cares, but Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning comes out.
I actually think that's going to be
May 23rd.
The blockbuster of the summer, man.
Well, it's coming out the end of this month, so
it's going to be. It looks good, man. It looks.
Yeah,
good.
I'm going to see it.
And that's what I hear. A lot of people are going to see that movie. That's pretty good for. What do you got there, Mister? Did you just show a Silver Surfer book? That. Oh, nice. Nice. Do you have like number 1 to 10 or something like that, Brad?
No. This is the earliest issue I have. I am working on it. I keep getting side distracted.
I know your character is Silver Surfer, or at least
in Marvel.
Marvel. Yeah.
I'd say Silver Surfer and then Hulk and then Thor.
It's a good lineup of characters, man. Can't beat that.
Man, what you got against Spider-Man?
Come on, not everybody can love Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Exactly. Spider-Man was my first favorite character by far.
I like Spooderman.
Spooderman?
Spooderman, yeah, that's hilarious.
Spider-Ham. Oh, there's some Spidey.
There you go.
It's a great cover. It's a wicked cover.
Hey, Steppo, who's your favorite Marvel character?
Doctor Strange, I think, or Ant-Man.
Nice.
I would say.
I hear a lot of people say Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Or Ant-Man for that matter.
I like Iron Man and Thor as well. I never cared for the FF or Spidey.
I guess that's why it was so easy for you to trade your Fantasy 15.
Right
I bought AF-15 as an investment, though.
Yeah.
And I did the same thing with Hulk 1. I liked the Hulk, But again, when you're putting that kind of coin down, then when it's time, yeah.
If you don't know, Steven just traded Hulk 1 through 6 and a bunch of other great books for...
And Phantom Lady 17, and then a whole slew of... If you go on Alan's Friday show, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
I basically have the whole box of books that were going.
And
then the following Monday, then I show the Tech 31 that I got for it. And it's sort of like I took a page out of Doc's book by trading a lot of stuff that is nice stuff to try to get, basically curating. I guess that's the term we use now. I wanted to curate all of those other books into a book that I've never been able to even get close to. Right. And since the market is strong enough, dealers, if they have books that are liquid enough, then that's how he can do it. And I know that Doc has done that, a number of times for the ones he has, but he has every single tip-top book. I think, I don't know if he has Biggie, does he have an Action 1 or a Soup 1?
He's down to 4 characters, I think. It's Action 1, Sandman, what else? Flash and Hawkman. Those are the 4. Hawkman's 1 book. So.
He's going after Showcase next, right? Like Showcase.
Yeah, Showcase.
He's getting the Silver Age, but I'd imagine that's what he's doing. He's wanting all of the big Golden Age first appearances. Yeah.
Well, he's sure the All-American 16, I think, out of all of those. And, of course, I take it back. Adventure 40 is a really, really tough book. That is a fact. Adventure 40 is a tough book.
Yeah, that one. If he gets that one, dude, that one and Spectre to me are very similar, but I would guess that Sandman's just a little tougher because such a notorious cover. It's a beautiful book.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a glorious cover image of the Sandman. When Men of Mystery at DC were actually worthwhile, where they actually could be there. The Crimson Avenger was the same thing. He had a trick costume, and Crimson Avenger was very early, but he didn't resonate. But the Sandman certainly did.
Oh yeah.
But looking at the All-American 16, and of course I'm very familiar with the Morfun 73, and I had my fling with it, but then it turned into something else. But I do think though that. Adventure 40. Now, does he have a Superman 1 already?
No, he don't have either one, Action 1 or Superman 1.
Okay. Yeah. But he has the Tech 27 and the Bat 1. I know that. He has a Cap 1, Tech 31. He has Marvel Comics 1. I just saw the All-American 16. So he's got a lot of the very top crown jewels right there.
And Friday when he was showing them off on the wow, he kept upping what he showed.
Yeah, he's just like, here's the first Spectre. Oh wait, here's the first Green Lantern.
Yeah. So
I like that LB Cole Stars and Stripes where it had the eagle and it was like the LB Cole eagle. I like that one a lot.
Well, the LB Cole used that eagle quite a bit, Biggie. That was one of the things he had on the Dime comics. Mm-hmm. My Dime comics, he had that, and that was it was. Alan said it was a first appearance, but he didn't know it. It was the first appearance of the Green Dragon, which was the name of that green Oriental fella battling with, going after the girl, and they had all the Japanese soldiers around it. It's not a particularly common book. But it's a very interesting LB Cole cover.
Apex Comics says, when my dad was 10 years old, he bought a copy of Action Comics #1 in June of 1938. He let a neighbor kid borrow it, and the kid moved away without ever.
Oh my God!
Wow,
that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's like kids that traded away the Mickey Mantle rookie card back in 1952 for some bum.
Well, everybody had Action One probably back then. They just keeping it and taking care of shit. You lived through. It was like living through the wilderness back then. It was impossible.
Well, Stephen brought on a good point earlier. There are a number of old houses that comic books were used.
Yeah, man.
to keep the place warm. They used to,
Right.
throw comics on the walls and shit.
They were cheap. I mean, they just said, go down and buy me $3 worth of comic books, or go down and buy me $10 worth of comic books. And they just go down to the newsstand, buy them all up, and then they just lay them in for insulation, and then put the floor down.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
They did that with old movie posters too.
Can you imagine going busting? I'm gonna refinish my house over here. I'm just gonna take out this wall. You find an Action One or something. That'd be insane.
I won't say that couldn't happen. I think that number of houses that are of that age that have not had any kind of work done to them, I would say is pretty few and far between. It'll make national news if they did that. But I bought a lot of that collection sold. It went to Pegasus Bookstore, which is Dark Horse.
Yeah.
And then they had sold a bunch of them. And then what I did was I came in and I bought the entire collection. I bought just stacks and stacks of these Golden Age books, and that's where I had that really nice More Fun 73. I mean, there was a lot of really nice books, but my problem with them was that they were absolutely dark brown pages, brittle.
Yeah.
And I mean, really dark pages, crumbly. And I got concerned because I thought that the things were basically open to when they were, they're in bags, but they were exposed to air, and so they started to kind of just sort of, I won't say fall apart, but that's what they were.
Yeah.
And I got edgy, so I moved it along. I took a profit and I moved them all along, keeping a few, which I ended, or the More Fun 73, but that was the one that I traded for Schomburg's painting, his last work. But I didn't trade it, but I sold it in a heartbeat because I knew a guy that wanted it. And, it was like 10 grand back in the day. That would have been in the 90s when Jeppy first took over. Because he decided not to use Schomburg's last commissioned work from Overstreet. Overstreet paid him more for that than he had paid him for any other commission that he had done for the Overstreet price guide that he had done. And then, but then he decided he did not want to advocate for older books. So he basically said, so I'm going to just sell it. And I moved heaven and earth to be the one to buy it. And then, and then he's been basic because he was Diamond Distributing, and he wanted to promote new comic books rather than old comic books with the price guide.
Well, I don't have a breaking news segment, but breaking news, you can rehydrate your books. You get a nice container, you put a false floor in it, and underneath the false floor you put water, not just any water. It has to be a certain type of water. It has to be distilled water. And you put your books in that chamber, you put a lid on it, and you can restore your book's hydration.
You can make your pages stronger, Bleeker?
Yes, you can.
Oh my goodness.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. That's my department right there. I took that over.
I know, Big Ed. I know it's your department. I don't have a breaking news segment, but you're on the panel, so I figured we could get away with it.
Yeah. Oh man, comic books are sweet, man. I'd like to thank you, Steppo, man. I think you are the biggest collector YouTube has to access, because Doc don't come around as much. So I think you're a sweetheart and a very, very, very fun personality on the YouTube scene, my friend.
Well, you're very kind. Thank you. Coming from the head of a network, I take great confidence in that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Big.
Steppo, you give us a lot of knowledge. Awesome comics. We always get to see some really
awesome. Dude, we're spoiled rotten with Stepper and Alan
and Doc comes around. It just gets crazy.
It
just gets crazy.
Pinball machine.
But the fun thing about it is that you get to share, and part of it is when you were a kid you could share with your friends, And then when you get older, how many friends do you have that you can just walk down the street and show your books and have fun with? You can't.
No.
You just don't. But this way we can actually do that with people who are still like that. We're all kids. We're all still kids because we enjoy it so much. And I just think it's wonderful that we can share all this stuff together. I really do. Not to get Pollyanna on everybody, but I really do love the fact we've got a great group of people to have fun with and talk about them and enjoy them. I think it's great.
Well, I get to show everybody my best books, and nobody gets to touch them or finger them or go through them.
Right.
Right? Look at here, guys. Here's my best books, and no one gets to touch them. It's really nice.
I really do think that it's turning a lot of people back to the original pioneers of the hobby too, because we're learning that you can get high quality master comic book work for not as expensive as you think they go for. And it's turning collectors like all of us into, we might have a cool Golden Age book now. I mean, I see one right behind Bleecker. He's got a really cool Golden Age book now, like.
It's true. First Tommy Tomorrow.
It's a fucking cool book. Tommy Tomorrow is all over Superman books, by the way. If y'all never heard of it, you should.
In different types, too. In Showcase, he came back as a younger guy. In the Golden Age, he was an older guy.
So that's the first appearance of Tommy Tomorrow. It's awesome.
I went and looked into the run, and there's a killer Batman cover in that series. I was like, I love it.
Yeah, that's the red cover with them in the spotlight, which is the homage to issue 9. Mm-hmm. It's a great cover. My problem with that was it's just the cover, because it's an expensive book, but on the interior you don't get a Batman story. You just get more fact.
Oh,
because it's more fact comics, right?
That's probably why it's a little cheaper, huh? Dang.
Yeah, but the cover, the red cover,
it's beautiful.
Is really doing.
Yeah.
This is Papa Willie. Steppo's doing his part. Alan's doing his part.
Yes, you are.
I ain't doing shit.
Yes, you are.
I'm going to take a shot at Marcus Circumstances. Everybody got what Papa was referencing there, except for you, Circumstances, because you didn't watch Starship Troopers.
Oh. Yeah, take that, Circumstances. Is that a copy of 181 you got just laying around there, mister? Oh, it's the shiny one. Okay, I see what you did.
That's beautiful, though. I love the chrome one. I don't have that. I like that.
I have the chrome one as well.
Yeah, man, it's as good as it gets.
If you don't have the original, that's the one you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I think everything's working out as far as comic books and what we're collecting, the knowledge that we give, all the channels we have. You see some of the best books on almost every channel that we're a part of, like The Hunt, The Club, you see Alan's Monday Night Special, Alan's Friday.
Damn, that's pretty.
I love the foil.
Nothing but the best books, man.
Damn,
my favorite covers.
And that's Louise Simonson, is it not?
Yeah, that's Boston Chris was the first person I heard say that story. I was just like, bullshit.
Yeah.
Right.
I forget who actually said it. Like, I saw it on a documentary. Like, yeah, that's Louise Simonson. We all had a crush on her.
Yeah.
Like, so everybody liked her back in the day. But the thing was, they all kind of they all lived together basically. So
Kevin, I see a lot of Tom Swift over there. Do my eyes deceive me? Those blue covers are those
Hardy Boys.
Hardy Boys?
I have a complete Hardy Boys collection, including the original 38 that were rewritten in 1959, and all the blue covers that I read as a kid in the 1970s. Most of the blue covers are actually the ones I had as a kid.
I read all of those, man, as a kid. All the Hardy Boys stuff. I read every Hardy Boy and Nancy Drew novel.
That's pretty much what gave me my love of reading. I went from there to Vladimir.
I had a cool Charlton Hardy Boys. I sold it to Alan, actually.
Do you know the books I didn't read? My mom and dad gave me the first Tom Swift, which was The Flying Lab. And then they also gave me issue 5, which was The Giant Robot. And they offered, I read them and they were okay. But I'll tell you what I ended up going, and they were hardcover.
Yeah.
But what I ended up going to and enjoying a lot more was I enjoyed when Bantam Books came out with the Conan's, the reprinting all the Conan pulp stories, and also the Doc Savage series.
Oh, I love Doc Savage.
And so I read, and they read 35, 40, 50 books of Doc Savage, and every Conan one that I got that had the little Frazetta covers on them and stuff like that.
Yeah, man.
I read those things, and I'm telling you that Robert E. Howard really, really was able to do it.
I love those. The Edgar Rice Burroughs Mars books.
That's awesome, dude.
The John Carter.
I also read all of those books, Stephen. I read all of the Conan novels when I was a kid.
And I lost my Conans. I don't know what happened to my Conan books. I think I loaned them out, and one day I learned you don't loan books.
I got one. I have one original Conan that my dad had. Hold on.
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It's finding Conan as a child, as a young lad, finding Conan comic books. You were like, oh, I shouldn't be reading these. These are it's good stuff going on there for the young people in the world.
That was the first movie I went to by myself as a kid.
I saw it. I don't know if it was here in Canada. There's a thing. There was on Channel 7. It was our channel anyway. It was Late Great Movies on City TV. That was the first time.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Conan and all that. Oh, nice. That's awesome, Steppo.
Oh.
Gnome Press, and on the inside leaf, this was a whopping $2.75.
Wow.
On the inside leaf, I'm gonna take the dust cover off. Here is the inside.
Oh, nice.
And on the inside, they give you the map.
It's one of my favorite parts of those books. I have maps. Love it.
I kept having I said, where the hell is Ophir again? I keep forgetting where Ophir is.
All the maps, the Conan stuff, the Narnia stuff, the Lord of the Rings stuff.
And this one was copyright 1950 by Gnome Press. From the original story, The Hour of the Dragon, copyright 1935 by Popular Fiction Publishing. Popular Fiction Publishing was Weird Tales.
I'm with you aggressively. Wow. Very few things get me as hyped as fictional maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But you had to know if he's going to Cush, if he's going to Ophir, if he's going to go back to Samaria. And then, if he's going to be in the forest with the Picts chasing after him in these dark forests, or he's in the bottom of some castle in some labyrinth that is pitch black, that he's feeling his way around. He can't see anything, and he can hear something slithering around, either following him or coming after him and stuff like that. Robert E. Howard could paint an incredible picture by words, and you just get sucked into it. And it was intense. And when I'm reading one of these things, I didn't turn on TV. I didn't have the radio going. I didn't have anything going on, because this thing just sucked me into it so completely. I didn't want to have any distractions, and go as slow as I possibly, go as slow as I could go, to make sure that I got every little squeezed all the juice out of it. Really good stuff.
Red Sonja. I got a bunch of these. I don't know, probably 10 copies of Red Sonja #1, to be honest.
Frank Thorne.
I keep buying it every time I see it. I'm like, oh, I'll buy another copy.
Doc Savage. Wow.
I remember that one.
Ooh, I like it.
Oh, nice.
Anything with skulls, I'm down.
I can't find a New Gods 198. I was just wondering what the wheelhouse is on that.
I can look up the fair market value on it. Maybe.
Okay.
New Gods #1, you say?
Yeah, 1971.
Let me check it out. John actually just bought my New Gods.
Oh, yeah, Rhino in the Hole.
I'm guessing 1,500.
Well, cover price will probably be a little cheaper because it's They don't give you 1970, right? Yeah.
71.
That's 1970.
Maybe 70. It says 71, but
In cover price it says 1970. It could be.
okay.
December 22nd, 1970. First full appearance of Darkseid. First appearance of Orion, Calibac, and Parademon.
Calibac.
Slab 9.8, about $1,432 sold April 29th for $14.32.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, the only one I see on eBay is they want over $4,000 for it. So.
Yeah, eBay is fucked up. But fair market value, last sale was the 29th of, at least for this.
Wow.
That sounds about right. Seems like a little low, but whatever.
Highest known value was obviously in 2021. It was a 9.8, sold for $3,339.
Okay.
Jeffrey mentions Michael Moorcock. I met him in '87 at the very first DragonCon.
What happened to Michael Lescock? Come on.
I mean, like a porn name.
He went and had it. He went and had the surgery done where he had an addictomy.
Addictomy.
I love the Michael Whelan covers of these Elric books.
I'm gonna get Steven and then I'll get you, Random.
Oh wow!
I would say to Biggie, like if you're not set on a 9.8, like you can get like a 9.4 for like 300 on eBay.
That's awesome.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I got a 5.0. I was just curious.
This thing has color plates in it too. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Those Michael Whelan covers are just fantastic.
They are awesome.
Got the.
I actually got to take off, so I'm gonna hop out. I'll be back later on.
Yeah, we got you, brother. We're gonna be ending.
Really like that one.
But you know that you got the link.
Yep.
Later, Boston.
See you.
And I met Michael Whelan at the same con.
Very cool.
And I got
Beckerman's sleeping on.
Paperback.
What's that?
Oh, Atomic Bomb cover. You got to send that to Doc.
To Kevin.
I think every Atomic Bomb cover I've ever gotten, I've sent to Doc.
And this is the oldest book I own. It's Horatio Alger Jr. I don't know if you guys have heard of him.
Horatio Alger, yeah.
Alger, yeah. This is a 1909 printing of. He's like the first guy that wrote books aimed at teens. And the whole point of his book is to push the American dream.
Rags to riches. And marry the boss's daughter. That's what he does all the time, Kevin.
Every book is the same plot.
Weird, because my favorite
like 100 books, and they're all the same plot.
my favorite writer, all his books are about finding the American dream. So it's very, I'm a huge Hunter S. Thompson fan. If you
he was, it's like they pushed him to write these books to get kids to move from the country to the city to work in factories.
That's exactly what it was.
A 5.0 is $55 on GPA data on the New Gods, Biggie.
Yeah, that I wouldn't. That's cool. What's that, Pepper?
Legion, how you doing? Moorcock is greater than Lescock.
These were the ones. These were the ones. Some of these I got from Houdat, and then the other ones I got from a guy named Ed Craze. And I don't know where these guys were getting them, but they sold them very nicely. This from the Mike Plug collection.
Yeah, you got your lip, you got your wet your whistle on Houdat's books, and then you went, hey, I need a few more. I need a few more of these.
Well, they're nice.
Plugs, they're awesome.
Their pedigree.
Well, it's they gave you the gold. It's just from the collection. In other words, he didn't draw all the covers, but they are part of his collection. So if you want to say it's from the Mike Plug collection, they are from the Mike Plug comic collection. Like I have the Frank Brunner's. I have the books from the Frank Brunner collection as well.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one. That's a good one.
This is. Oops, I lost my thing. I'll have to find it.
Don't lose that.
Here is This is. Do you know what this is?
That is
Oh,
Chamber of Darkness and Monster Man came walking.
Jack the Ripper.
Does it have? It don't have anything to do with Abel, does it?
Abel? No.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, go for it.
Please tell us.
This is the first appearance of Conan the Barbarian.
Get the
wow.
Whoa.
Really?
And inside, it says in the label, Conan-like character with art by Barry Windsor Smith, predates Conan Comics #1.
Wow.
And what this is Conan. It is, doesn't call him Conan, but it is Conan, horns on the helmet and all. I think they painted his helmet green, but it's a story with Conan in the story. So when you see this book, snap it up, because at some point someone's going to realize this has the actual prototype.
Chamber of Darkness #1?
4.
Thank you.
This has the...
I'm looking it up right now, Steven. I'm looking at your jerk. Chamber of Darkness #1. God dang it all.
Chamber 4.
Yeah,
it's Chamber 4.
Darkness #4, yeah.
And these books, what these books are, is they're total sleepers. I remember when I bought this book, my first copy that I had, which I don't know whatever happened to it, but it went somewhere. I read it and I said, my God, it's Conan. It is Conan, plain and simple.
Most of these copies go for $50 raw. That's not.
Well, there's
a 9.4 goes for $400, but
they got a DC something of the unexpected where there's a prototype of Thor on a DC comic too. There's a bunch of weird prototypes out there.
This is a very tempting comic book.
Well,
Yeah.
I get it, because they can't go anywhere but up. All I say is that if the book is cheap, it's an inexpensive book, get an upper mid grade. I mean an upper from above 6, because they're not terribly expensive. Get an 8 if you can, because they are. It's a book that really hasn't really been discovered that much. It's known about, but there's no buzz about it at all. But it's sort of. But Conan #1 is a great book, and this one has Conan. It predates Conan, but people don't recognize it.
I've seen 4 different artists attached to it, and 3 different types of first. There's first Star Slayer, Mary Severin's in it, Jack Kirby, Denny O'Neil, and Barry Windsor Smith. It's just like that book just keeps going and going and going. All the weird shit attached to it.
I like the weird Wonder Tales. They're very cool.
Yeah, I like the Chamber of Darkness. I think it's 8, the Barry Windsor with the green monster guy. That's a good one too.
Yeah. I love Barry Windsor Smith.
Barry Windsor Smith.
He was Barry Smith when I knew him. He was Barry Smith. He didn't hyphenate for his bride or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't like that there. I don't like that
there
hyphenating thing. It's like the guy lost his dick or something.
Not right.
This is you've seen this cover many times.
Uh-huh.
This is from, I believe, from the Kickstarter, because it has down here.
Oh.
It says More Brains. And this is the very first edition, which comes with the certificate.
Nice.
Where there were only 250 copies of this book like this. And this came out, and all the other ones are reprints of this of the #1. So if you see it with More Brains, and it comes with little stickers, 2 little round stickers that say More Brains as well. That's how they came. And just since I'm on Mark Spears for just a second, I bought this from a guy. This is the card set. This is, I think, the second series. They're all the originals, but by Mark Spears. And the collector's edition was different. This was also from a Kickstarter. And what it was inside this box. Well, you never offer it to me, do you? I say, would you like to? He says, well, I want to sell something. Well, sell me the plug. No, I don't want to sell. Then you don't want to sell anything, do you?
Yeah,
See how you are.
That's not very nice
sell
to
me.
that.
You slop a couple of them off on me, and I buy them because I'm a good guy, right? And then I want one other one, and what does he do? He says no. Anyway, but inside this,
you can't say no to Steppo either. I said no to selling him my Venom 3, and he hasn't bought anything off me since. It's rough. It's rough. I'm just fucking you, Steppo.
You've got my Fantastic Four residing with you up there right now, don't you? With Sue on the cover.
I sure.
Inside this is the die to one of the cards. In other words, one of the metal printing dies that they use to print the cards is inside this case.
That's what
so they only had.
That's probably the
$500.
Yeah, the metal die is really awesome for that.
What? Go ahead. What's this?
All right, that's nice. Jeez.
I was just gonna say, if you wanted, like, Chonko is like the Mark Spears fanatic. I know, like that guy, man. Holy shit! Oh, is Mark Spears.
So the Kingdom of Nerds, Bruce.
I have gotten quite a few of the Mark Spears books, but they're coming so fast and furious that I'm sort of picking them up at auction. I have a lot of dupes and trips of them because there'll be like in a lot. That is, and there'll be 4 of them in the lot that I need, but then like 2 of them or 3 of them would not be. So I sort of have accumulated some, but the more brains.
Winker Street Comics has no Mark Spears in his collection, just so you know, Steph.
Oh.
So you wanted me to know that, did you? You wanted me to, I wasn't aware. Did I hear you correctly? I couldn't have heard you correctly.
I don't think Bleeker's gotten enough from Steppo. I think you need
Bruce
a couple more.
for Kingdom of Nerds. He's working on a complete Mark Spears cover collection. I think he only is missing about 8.
Holy shit!
Jeez, man, that's awesome.
He's had him on his show quite a few times.
Yeah.
He's a really nice guy.
Oh, that's a good one. I got that one.
I love that one, man. I actually got one to.
I know.
Right?
I got that. Not a 9.8. I got it.
I had this book. I have a raw copy of this book that is a very nice copy, but it's not a 9.8. The black cover. And these things came in some sort of a gift box thing or something. I can't remember what the drill was on that. How you got them.
There's another cover, Batman Spawn cover. I think it was done by DC. Same.
And this one, which is very nice because it actually has Frank Miller signed this.
Oh,
jeez.
Nice.
And it's number 1258 out of 4,000. So I mean, there are 1258 out of 4,000. But this is signed by Big Frank, and it comes with the certificate of authenticity.
I'm afraid to never meet Frank Miller because he's getting on in age, and it's just he never comes to Canada. Like, he doesn't come around here at all.
He
so.
does. He's not aging very well. I think I think that he's done. His life is catching up with him. But anyway, I love this cover. I really do. I think that as a black picture. Look at that. I put him to sleep. My mission here is done. My work is complete. I put him to sleep.
Rad, what do you got going on this week with your bags?
I'll be finishing up this commission. Always open to other commissions. Hit me up on Instagram.
You're not familiar
on
with
YouTube. I'll be streaming games, but I'm also working on other projects in the background. Be looking out.
Looks like you're building a house back there. What you're doing?
Yeah. Almost done with my new room.
Nice, Mr. Biggie Shack. What do you got going on with yourself this week?
Oh, not much. I don't think we're doing anything next week.
You're the Biggie Shack Network. Are you kidding me right now?
We'll be on 2 to 4, Bug Club, and regular club. And shout outs to all the network members. Appreciate y'all. Your effort has been appreciated.
Good. Mr. TM Nerdy, what do you got going on?
Not much.
Good. Random Reads, how about yourself, brother? You got stuff going on this week?
Tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Eastern, trivia. Y'all join up.
It's not easy trivia either. I went there because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go do some trivia, and I was like, I'm dumb. So if you're smart,
tough, man. I've learned a lot about comics making those trivia.
yeah. So it's very cool trivia. Monday nights at 9:00 Eastern, I think it is.
Yep.
I believe.
And we have word search. I wait 30 minutes to build up before I start the actual trivia rounds. And
Nice.
during that time, I got some word search games and stuff like that. That's kind of entertaining.
It's very entertaining, sir. Mr. Steppo's Comics, what do you got going on this week? You got your Monday night special with Alan, I think.
I have the Monday night special with Alan, who must not be named. Call it. And I think I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. Sometimes it's sort of catch as catch can. I don't know what I will be showing. I was trying to show, I showed MLJ the last time, which there's some pretty amazing books with MLJ. But I don't know exactly what we're going to show this time. Then, of course, on Friday, we have the Friday Hangout. And then on Sundays, I inhabit church here. And those are my three that I do. And I will, upon occasion, I will be in chats and what have you. And sometimes I will jump in with Matt, or I'll jump in with Big, or I'll jump in somewhere and cause rack and ruin.
You like it. Mr. Papa Willie, he's always on church with us. He does the Band of Brothers with us as well, which I think will be, the weekend of the 24th, I believe. So there'll be that Saturday. And Papa Willie does the Sweet Chin music on Thursdays with Beckerman and Biggie Shack and Boston Chris. And I think Dee is also getting to be a part of that crew as well, which has really been great. I actually really enjoy it. I don't know a ton about wrestling, so I don't go on the show, but it being in the crowd and being like getting to learn a little bit, I think it's pretty cool. These guys do a pretty good job of keeping you up to date with what's going on, as well as giving you a bit of a past, some history lessons on the sport. So it's pretty cool. Papa Willie doing Fortnite as well, and Papa Sync. I haven't seen one of those in a hot minute, but I'm sure you'll get back to it.
Oh, you know what? Papa has a B Team wrestling review show also with Rob Fatstacks and Aussieverse. You should probably point out because he's been definitely running and ripping with those guys also. It kind of left us in the
Is
dust.
Rob's Fat Stacks a wrestling guy as well, Papa?
Apparently.
Yes.
Oh, fair enough. I didn't know that.
And I think you can also find Papa Saturdays on Mad Spidey's channel, because he does love to hop around. Mr. Beckerman, what do you got going on this week?
I'm an avid fan of the Biggie Shack Network. On Tuesdays, you can watch the Hucklebuck. We just recorded some more, so now the ones I made last weekend will be flipping places with the ones. You're going to be all over the timeline. It's going to be a wild ride. You can also see my real-time reaction today. That'll be on, I think, next week's episode, or maybe the week after, will be me realizing that Alan dyed his beard. just burying the shit out of him for like the next 2 episodes.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, if you ever wanted to watch me just bully a Marine combat veteran, that is basically what the Hucklebuck
From
is.
a distance.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah. He's in a
from
dust.
long distance. They don't take kindly to that in the room.
He loves me. He's been in the room while I make fun of him too. It's our weird relationship. We're like Rocket and Groot.
It's true. It's true. The banter between the two of you is very good.
Yeah.
I love watching the show. I think you guys are fun.
I don't know how it happened, but we talk a lot, and I don't know. I'm a lot cockier with Alan than I should be.
Well, I love it. Like I
Yeah,
said,
fun.
that's the start of my week usually. So I wake up on Tuesday. I got to go to work, and the first thing I get them like, oh, Hucklebuck just uploaded a new episode. So I watch the Hucklebuck. I get ready for work, and then I'm off to start my week usually. But it's a good show, so I enjoy it quite a bit. Myself, you can catch me here on church every Sunday. We open it up, even if I'm not here, we open it up for the people because this is the place to hang out.
Did you miss me? I'm here.
No. Oh yeah. Sorry, TM. You were so quiet. No, I said TM. What are you up to? And you didn't say anything. So we.
You
I
were
might have been in the
absent.
bathroom.
What do you got, TM? Tell us what you got.
I'm always on church, even if I'm late. I'm always over on the 2 to 4 on Biggie Shack's channel. Wednesday, book club. Friday, the collector club. I'm doing a lot more on my channel now. I just did a live the other night unboxing what I got from Only Slabs. Got a lot of Fantastic Four keys.
Nice.
Getting another package from Chonkers, Chonko Comics and stuff. And there's going to be a book in that there's going to be a trade in that unboxing that I will be reviewing. So that's going to be coming up. And I'm also going to be doing a lot more on my channel, maybe because I don't just do comics, I do TV reviews, movie reviews and stuff. So I may drop out of the theater reaction to Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning.
Well, aren't you you're doing some growth, are you? You're also growing.
Oh yeah. I started a new channel. There's no content on it yet. But it's just going to be a guy in his 30s growing vegetables for the first time on his deck and stuff, and his experience doing it.
Don't say that word. Be careful.
My backyard.
I'm growing some tomatoes on my deck.
You better talk to Monty, and he can give you some pointers.
Oh yeah.
Maybe he'll
friend starts baking bread. You need to get him a therapist.
I got about 25 tomato plants, 40 okra, and half a dozen jalapenos. Monty gave me some pointers on the jalapenos for sure.
The 4 that I'm gonna grow for sure is tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers like bell peppers, and green onions.
Grow zucchini. They grow no matter what you do, and that way you'll feel good about it because you'll have nice zucchinis, and you can make a zucchini bread out of it too, which everybody seems to do.
And if you're gonna grow tomatoes, you may as well grow at least one pot plant. I'm just saying,
just the same thing.
Yeah, it is legal here.
Just for posterity's sake.
I could do that too. So
I'll tell you, it grows here in Oregon like there's no tomorrow. I mean, I'm here to tell you.
This grows burgers, shakes, fries, groceries, lettuce, tomatoes. My God, it just the turnaround time's real fast.
The cost.
I just want to at least try it and stuff. And vegetables are way too much right now, and I'm growing what I eat. So I'm growing I eat cucumbers, I eat tomatoes, green onions, and bell peppers. So
I have the worst luck with cucumbers. They always get the powdery mildew, and I barely get any off before the plant dies. So it's kind of gay. I guess it's where I live at, the humidity and stuff. It's really bad for that powdery mildew disease that they tend to get very easily.
And I know I didn't say it this week, but go check out Kickstarter, type in Murder King, and go to the bottom of the page and hit that reminder button so you get notified when we get our live Kickstarter going. And you can get our awesome comic Murder King. That's me and Callie and I, as well as Drac and a few other amazing artists that are on the project. So check that out. And I think that's all for me. I think that's all from us. I think we've had a good church service. I don't know what I'm going to end with. Let's end it with Who Dat.